Okay, well, I want to welcome everyone to our summer GOMSWG meeting. I think we're doing okay technology-wise, so that both people here on Hog Island and people out in the virtual space can see and hear what we're up to. I'll go ahead and get started just in the interest of time. We have a lot to cover this morning, a lot of island updates. And I just want to do some housekeeping stuff to start. If you have not seen our agenda, this is what we're planning for the morning. We'll start now and head through about 11:30, hopefully, with island updates. This year, we're moving from south to north. Then we'll have lunch, and we'll pick up at 1:30 in the afternoon with updates. And the list of folks presenting is there, and some titles. Some other housekeeping stuff for people who are remote. If you're not familiar with Zoom, this slide has some instructions. Basically, depending on what you want to view, you should be seeing our slides. We're adjusting our tech a little bit as we go. And yeah, I think we're doing okay there. So if you have a question, the most straightforward way for us to deal with that is if you drop it into the chat. We have someone, Lori Bragg, with our program here with Audubon, monitoring the chat, and we'll raise that question. You can see participant list, you can get to the chat, and if you want to raise your hand if you're online, we'll keep an eye on that as well and do questions. We'll try and limit questions, not interrupt speakers, but do it at the end of each speaker's presentation. And so we'll work on that. For those folks in person, again, we have a very high-tech microphone that I'm holding. If you have a question for a speaker, raise your hand. We'll hand you the mic. That way, it'll go over the PA system, get picked up, and the folks online will hopefully be able to hear those questions. All right. So some more housekeeping. Speakers, and this is also, this is both in-person and online speakers, but online speakers and everyone online, please stay muted until your turn to present or ask a question comes up. Speakers, present your results, answer questions. We'll read questions from the chat. And then online speakers, again, remember to mute yourself after you're done. So folks online in the audience, stay muted unless you're called upon with a question. And questions in the chat will be a little easier for us to deal with, but you can also raise your hand and we can do that if it's kind of a complicated question or a lot to type in. All right. So this is the Gulf of Maine Seabird Working Group. We're focused on the Gulf of Maine, and we view that as stretching from Cape Cod all the way into Canada. And as we're starting from south to north this year, our first updates are from Massachusetts. I'm not sure if we have anyone online to present these results. I know we got some from Carolyn Mostello who could not join today. But I don't know if anyone from Mass Audubon is available. If you are, feel free to unmute and we can run through some slides there. Well, not hearing anyone volunteer for that. I'll just hold on some of the results that were submitted to us. And these results will go in the GOMSWG report when it's put out later this year following the meeting. So these will be or can be referenced by other folks, but just a couple comments. I mean, Monomoy continues to be an amazing common tern colony. The Buzzards Bay Islands are also impressive common tern colonies, but most significantly have really significant roseate tern numbers again this year. So that's fantastic to see. Yeah, so specifically Monomoy, 17,000 common terns, a good number of least terns, and it's also a very significant laughing gull colony, as it has been for some time now. And then we'll move on to New Hampshire. I don't know if we have anyone in person. Excellent, come on out. And speakers, as you approach the podium, be careful with the cables. They're excellent trip hazards. Introduce yourselves.
Hello, we are the representatives, the seabird technicians from the Tern Conservation Program on White and Seavey Islands in New Hampshire. We're affiliated with Shoals Marine Lab. I'm Joe, and this is Kayla. Yep. So we censused 3,245 common tern nests, which is slightly higher than recent years, but within typical numbers. We had a productivity of 0.77 chicks fledging per nest we tracked, which is also about typical for recent years. For roseate terns, we censused 131 nests within our census window and had a noticeably large B wave of roseate terns that appeared after our main census window. So including those, we ended up with a record high number of roseate tern nests and a productivity of 0.83 fledging chicks per tracked nest, which is slightly high, but fairly typical. We also had one other tern species spend time on the island, which was a bridled tern that probably some people remember from last year. We are assuming it's the same individual, but it appeared early in the season and lived in the colony with the rest of our terns and was hunkered down in one spot well enough that we were able to set up GoPros to watch it and collect fecal samples and watch it attempt to court common terns, which was very funny and maybe tiny bit sad to watch. But yeah, Kayla, if you want to talk to me.
Yeah, so we also were collecting diet data. We GPS tagged 4 common terns and 10 roseate terns and set GoPros on those nests to record what food items they were bringing in. And that data is going to be gathered more in the fall. And then we were also observing from blinds to complement that GoPro data. We saw a lot of herring this year. It was almost everything brought in, especially through the early mid-season, was herring. And then there's also some hake, some of the other fish were coming in more mid-season, and very late we started to see butterfish and also moonfish. We had a peregrine falcon that was present on the island when we arrived in the spring. There was at least one adult and one juvenile that was around for the early season. And when the nor'easter came through, then that predation seemed to we didn't see much of it until then, very late. But while it was predating, we saw it at least 4 adult terns. We were managing it with pyrotechnics and our presence, and it dropped its prey twice after a pyrotechnic. And also gulls, which we were managing with human presence, pyrotechnics, and lasers. And there were quite a few muskrats. So we trapped 9 muskrats this year. After having pretty significant muskrat predation last year, we didn't see that same sort of muskrat predation after trapping them this year. And then some research that happened. So Dr. Joe McLucas at the Cornell Lab of O is still collecting fecal samples for diet data. We're still partnering with the Shoals Marine Lab to have a couple of undergraduate interns studying terns and black guillemots. And I think that's about it.
Does the DNA studies, have they revealed what type of herring is being used? Are these river herring or Atlantic herring?
The fecal data we collected this summer hasn't been processed yet, but anecdotally we see very large amounts of herring in the river in Portsmouth, and this summer have been seeing very, very high amounts of tern fishing in there. So we think it's likely largely river herring.
Was the B wave of roseate terns you saw pretty synchronous, or did they just did more birds just keep coming in kind of in a steady stream?
It's pretty steady. Yeah, I would say it was more of a steady stream. We were finding and banding newish roseate tern chicks almost up until close up.
You mentioned moonfish.
Yes,
Just
that was.
Expand on that.
Yeah, so it's we don't see them every year, but maybe every, I don't know, 5 years or so.
I think that's about, yeah.
Yeah, then we'll see when they do come, there tend to be a lot of them. They're not one that the tern chicks seem to be able to swallow. So we'll find a lot of them lying around in the colony, and they're quite small, and they came maybe in the last week or so of our season, and we were starting to see lots and lots of moonfish. Yeah.
Question online, any Arctic tern presence?
Since 2023, we have not had any Arctic tern nests. We did see, I think, 2 individuals flying around the colony early in the season, but very little other than that.
Cool. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Hey, I should have mentioned this beforehand, but speakers, in-person speakers here, if you stand right in front of the laptop, you'll be on screen. If you really want to dodge that, you can be on one side or the other, but I'm sure folks online would love to see you. So next we're ready for a lease tern report from the state of Maine. I don't know who may be providing that. There we are. Yeah. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Okay, I'm gonna dodge the camera. Okay, so I'm Sophie, and I'm one of the biologists for Maine Audubon, and this is Greer, the other biologist for Maine Audubon. And so we're reporting for all of these beaches, as you can see, as south as Crescent Surf and Lodholm, and then as north as Seawall Beach in Phippsburg. And we're reporting data from Rachel Carson National Wildlife Refuge, and then also Maine Audubon, and also including Stratton Island. That's sort of the closest to us. That's one of the islands. So we had a pretty good year for least terns. That's pretty much the only tern species we get, except for Stratton, but we can't speak as much for what they do because there might be some other people from Stratton here. But we just include the island numbers in Scarborough because that's also like where we monitor. And in terms of least terns, we had record high numbers for like high colony counts. In Wells Beach, our fledgling number for now is 81, but there's still chicks on the beach, so it's preliminary. That's what the asterisk is. In Kennebunk on Parsons Beach, they're also doing very well. There's still chicks on the beach, so there's 37 right now. And then Scarborough at Western, we had a record high of pairs, but not as many fledglings. We think that since there were more terns on the beach than there have ever been, there were also more plovers on the beach than there have ever been. So we think there may have been some competition there. There's no real proof of that per se, but a lot of plover nests were in the midst of the colony, and we sort of saw them going after each other sometimes. So we think maybe some chicks were neglected or predated. The predation was also sort of prevalent there, as there's a ton of foxes on Western all the time. And then Stratton Island had a lot of pairs. Their high was pretty high, was higher than the census number, I believe. And then they had some black crowned night heron predation. So they preliminarily, oh wait, no, that's final. They only have 2 fledglings because of that. And then kind of later established colonies were Higgins Beach and Breakwater Beach in Scarborough and Cape. Higgins had around 4 nests during census, and they still have 2 chicks on the beach. We checked the other day. They're sort of medium, so we're hoping they make it to fledge. But so far there's just 8. And then Breakwater was unexpected colony. They haven't nested there since 2011. And so they were kind of late. And the chicks are also sort of, we spotted like 4 at one time, and then they disappeared. One of them we think made it, because we did see 1 fledgling at one time. That definitely came from that beach, because we saw it take a flight and then do somersaults. And no bands or anything. So, because we don't do any banding at our at Main Audubon at least. So we think there's some predation on Breakwater as well. It's very remote and very private, so that's definitely a big threat. We don't know exactly what predators that would include, but likely fox and then gulls and crows. So yeah, overall 215 nests during census and 154 fledged birds for now, but there will probably be more. And in terms of comparing that to other years, we are way up from last year. It doesn't say 2024 on here because it skips 2 years, but last year was down a lot in terms of fledglings, and it sort of, you can tell as in this work, it's very up and down, but trending upwards for fledglings and pairs this year. So it's all very good. For your turn.
Yeah, so like Sophie mentioned, some highlights for the year, the Breakwater colony hasn't been occupied in a while. We were really excited to see terns there. And then our colony in Wells was larger than previous years and occupied a bigger space than the previous seasons. Some challenges we face, human disturbance was big. A lot of these beaches are public facing, especially beaches like Wells. It's really popular where these colonies are. So we had a lot of issues with, landowners wanting to walk through the colony to access the beach, people messing with the birds, that type of thing, or just general stress. People would be closer to the birds than they'd want to be, and get pooped on a lot. And then, yeah, predators. The predator load was pretty tough this year. Like Sophie said, we had a lot of fox, and then presumably other predators like skunk and a lot of avian predators, namely gulls and crows. So because our beaches are so public facing, we had our outreach coordinators make these really great signs, kind of letting people know what was going on, trying to inform people that if you get too close, you might get pooped on, kind of letting people know what's going on to try and inform the public, to kind of get them to take a few steps back. We also had on Wells, because the colony is so close to where the public likes to use the beach, we had chicks running around through people, which is kind of stressful. Even just the other day, I went down and checked on them, and we had some small downy chicks running like in between people, trying to find some shade in the vegetation, which is a little scary and clearly stressful to the adults who were freaking out, dive bombing people a lot. So it's definitely something that we're working on this year to try and kind of educate the public a little bit more, maybe get some public support and kind of get people to care about them. Yeah, so we had these signs made this year for beaches like Wells and Western, where there were a lot of beachgoers kind of walking the area. And the tern chicks, as you all know, will kind of just like sit there and look like sand, so we were really scared someone would step on them. Luckily, I don't think that was an issue this year, which is great. But yeah, it's terrifying to have them kind of running in and out in such an area with so many people. But in general, because there's so many, like it's good to have this as a problem, I guess, that we have to worry about them in this way. Yeah. Yep.
I also want to add, I forgot, Lodholm and Crescent Surf are usually sites where there's a least turn colony, and this is the first year in a while. I don't know how long.
First year, Crescent Surf haven't had turns at all.
First year that Crescent Surf and Lodholm, or just, yeah, Crescent Surf and Lodholm haven't had a least turn colony. We don't know exactly why that is.
Habitat degradation.
It's because of habitat degradation. But yeah, overall a pretty good year though. High productivity in general. We can just not look at Stratton. But yeah, in general good. So yeah, that's ours.
Question?
Question. Yeah.
Well, could you guys speak to habitat, especially after the storms before last season, and just kind of what's the longer term thinking about, was that a good event, a bad event?
Yeah. I think our general thought on that is more like the birds are pretty good at adapting to that. It's more like, are the people good at adapting to that? Because all of these beaches pretty much, except for Stratton and Breakwater, they have public beachgoers, and if they didn't, then I think the birds would be pretty fine. I mean, habitat degradation obviously is an issue, but at most of the beaches there's at least like a good amount of sand, enough to house a colony, and it's more just like the people using the land and sort of not making it accessible to the birds is more of an issue. And but yeah, and I think at least last year, Western Beach, there was some dredging on the beach, and so they like put a bunch of new sand onto the beach, and that expanded the beach by so much. So that was like at least like a few years that they had nested there, and they had a lot of success last year, more than ever before. And so this year we had high hopes. And then yeah, we think it's just been such a successful beach for the plovers and the terns that there was a lot of competition this year, is my theory at least. It's not necessarily proven, but yeah, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, kind of just echoing what Sophie said, like the birds are able to kind of nest, and if anything, like in some beaches like Wells, it created what we're calling like the new blowout, which like is a habitat that they have been utilizing more, and where they colonized where they had previously not nested before. So it gave them more habitat, but yeah, it's just the issue of people with potentially less beach at high tide. Are people willing to share the beach with the birds? Are we able to put fencing out where we need to? Or like this new area, people who had previously had access to the beach, like right from their house, wanted to keep walking through. And so it's just talking with landowners and trying to figure out, like, with this changing beach from storms like this, like, can we work with people to give the birds what they need? But in terms of the habitats that we monitored, it kind of was beneficial to them, which is interesting.
Yes.
So online, there's a question about, does anyone know the least turn numbers for New Hampshire, or are you aware of those numbers?
Ooh, we are not New Hampshire.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. Yeah. Yeah.
What's the general trend with talking with landowners and people who live there? Are they pretty appreciative of the birds? I mean, are they compliant, or are they, or no? Just curious.
It's a mix.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people who care about the birds, but also really want their beach access. So it's definitely a collaborative effort with us and like volunteers to work on like gentle education and trying to get people to be a little bit more compassionate sometimes. Some are really stoked about it. They're like, you can fence the whole beach, that's great. And then some, yeah, really are more interested in having their own access. And so maybe don't really aren't as like invested in the efforts as like we might be. But in general, I think it's going pretty well. Yeah, there's just a few that there's yeah, always a few.
Yeah, I think it's harder to get people to love the terns than plovers. I personally love the terns more than the plovers. Sorry. But because they're fiery and stuff. But if you're walking to the beach and like a bird dive bombs you, especially if you're a kid, you're gonna be like, oh, this is a villain. So like we get a lot of kids like trying to throw things at them.
Yeah.
Like we saw that with the only common terns nesting that we had, which is not on here, but we don't really do that monitoring or focus on it, at least because they're not endangered, and that's what we focus on. And we had a lot of plovers this year to focus on. So, but off of Goose Rocks and Kennebunkport, there was like a very small colony of common terns and then an oyster catcher nest. Yeah, we had to like redirect some enthusiastic kids that were throwing rocks at the terns with their parent. And so a lot of it is just being like, okay, so these birds are protected, even if they're not endangered. Like, look, they're nesting. It's really cool. And even if they don't respond in the best way, at least they're like more aware than they. But it's definitely a struggle because people just tend to perceive the birds as like they're attacking me. But it's sort of like we have to change the mindset of like we're on their land. Like they came first. So it just depends how open people's minds are, I guess. Yes. Anything else? Nope.
Great,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
Hey, and just as a general rule, if speakers could introduce themselves when they come up, and I think we're ready for Stratton. There we go.
Like a Harry Potter one. Hi, everybody. I'm Ben Becker. It's good to be back talking about Stratton Island. I'd like to give a shout out to my wonderful crew this year. All right, so jumping into it. Our common tern numbers did really well this year. It's the second highest census count for Stratton for common terns ever, with 1,637. They had a good prod of 1.22, which is higher than last year's of 0.98, I believe. And then they had a good clutch as well. On our robust colony of Arctic terns, we found 4 nests. They had a prod of 1, with 2 eggs per nest. And for roseates, unfortunately, we're not able to calculate prod this year. They did have a significant amount of black-crowned night heron predation in that colony, and a good number of A chicks were found dead. A good number of B chicks that were on their way to making it were found dead as well. But I will talk more about that later with predation. And their clutch was about average. And unfortunately, like you heard before, our least tern numbers have once again not had a good year out in Stratton. We found only 2 fledglings this year out of a colony of 90 nests. And 90 nests is a little bit on the higher end of their trend of nests out in Stratton, but it's about average for the past 5 or so years. But yeah, black-crowned night herons once again devastated our least tern colony. And our tiny black guillemot colony, we found only 1 fledgling out of that. Every other nest failed except for 1. And then we had 3 American oyster catcher nests that we discovered, and at least 2 of those nests had fledglings. And also, unfortunately, we're unable to do our wading bird count this year due to bad weather at the start of the season. You might remember that big nor'easter. I believe it was around this time, but then there's also cold and rain and all that good stuff. But we're able to confirm great egrets, snowy egrets, glossy ibis, little blue heron for the first time ever. A great blue heron nest was on Stratton. And then there is a potential yellow crowned night heron nest out there. We never found direct evidence for it. It would be quite rare if they were actually nesting on Stratton. I believe only one nesting pair has ever been confirmed for the state of Maine, but we never found juveniles. We never found a nest, but they're there. There was a pair of them almost the whole season. We also did our gull control out on Bluff Island, a neighboring island to Stratton, where we poked as many great black gull and herring gull nests that we could find. There is a double-crested cormorant colony out there, which prevents us from accessing the whole island and covering all the nests that we could possibly poke, but this is just the one section that we usually go to every year. And we poked around 63 herring gull nests and 26 great black-backed gull nests, and that's about average for the past few years as well. And then we also census for double-crested cormorants, boating around the island and then just taking a look at how many nests that we could possibly see on the cliffs, and then taking an average between all of the people counting. And we counted 183 nests, which is lower than last year. I believe last year was pretty high at around 216, but 183 is about average for Bluff as well. So for our diet numbers, we did diet studies for common terns, roseates, and least terns. Oop, there goes my mic.
I don't know. Did you accidentally hit it off?
Oop, hello? What?
You have power laptop?
Well, I didn't have the. I have.
Flip the switch on and off.
Check.
He's frozen. I'm not, because I'm not. I don't
So you
need
have
the power.
power.
Well, I don't need power.
Right, but can we use yours to see if anybody else has, this still has power? That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Great, super well. Oh, great, thank you. Sorry.
Oh, there we go. We're back, everybody. All right, so continuing with our tern diet, Stratton Island had a lot of herring this year. Comparing that to hake, last year hake was our #1 fish species for both common and least terns, and it was even a big part of the roseate tern diet. But this year there's virtually no hake. It was by far and large herring for common and least tern, or for all across all the terns, but mostly commons. And sand lance, of course, too, being so close to the beaches there is a good source of sand lance. The roseate terns, of course, love that. But it was also a big part of the diet of the other two tern species as well. We were in fact seeing a lot of feeding going on just around the island, and that remained consistent mostly throughout the chick rearing period. They were catching herring very close to the island, maybe a little bit further out as well. Yeah, so it was a good year for food for the terns here, and the productivity numbers definitely reflect that for them. So talking about predation this year, we had a mink, we had a peregrine falcon, we had black crowned night herons, and we had herring gulls all predating our terns, our very plump and juicy tern chicks this year. The mink we found very early on in the season. It was a few days after we arrived. It was around May 18th, and we were just checking roseate burrows. We found a couple of dead adults that definitely looked like they were predated by mink. Fortunately, I remember that 2 years ago we did also have a mink, and it had this latrine cache area out in the intertidal a little bit. So I went out to check that, and sure enough, it was the exact same spot where we'd seen it 2 years prior. It was very easy, at least, to identify where it was, but then came the tricky part of catching it. So we used a method. We did a shotgun stint with a shotgun in the tern blind, We also put out traps, and we also baited the traps with canned chicken, which was the only meat that we had on the island ready access to. And that was actually successful. It only took one night after putting out the baited traps with canned chicken inside this big plastic tube with two conibear traps on either end of the trap. And that was the one. That's what got it. Curiosity killed the mink on that one. And then with black crown or with herring gulls, we only had two individuals that we noticed predating the colony. One was shot, removed. The other one was a little bit more tricky, and that one just kind of phased out. We are trying to get it, but it was a little too far, and then the shooting angles were a little bit bad for that one. And then peregrine falcon this year was, I believe the presence this year for peregrine falcons out in Stratton was a lot less than previous years. So more so like towards the end of the season when all the fledglings start appearing, that's usually when we can see peregrine falcons showing up. This time, not really the case. So a lot of those fledglings that we had on Stratton did, as it appears, made it away from the peregrine falcon. And then the big one, the black crowned night heron this year, we had one individual that we noticed that was predating the colony. We did not remove it lethally. We tried this method that I was developing and that I'll be presenting on later, using light sensitivity involving these very bright floodlights that you would mount on a car if you were going off-roading or something like that, that were remote controlled. So you could put it out in the colony in like any target area that you would like to protect, and then hit the switch if you hear a disturbance out there at night. And hopefully the light, either the intensity of the light or the sudden surprise, or maybe the uncertainty of what it was facing would scare away the night heron. That was my hope. I'll be presenting about that a little bit earlier. And it did show some success with larger terns, and it maybe have shown some success with the least terns, but it was ultimately unsuccessful in the least tern colony. So unfortunately, but we were trying to deter it non-lethally. It eventually did predate most of the least terns, and we only had productivity of 0.02. Unfortunately, only two fledglings survived this year. But that is predation in a nutshell, and that is Stratton.
Questions?
Yes.
I think you'll probably address this if you're gonna talk about predation later, but in the past, there has been lethal removal of black crown.
Yeah, there has been lethal removal.
The idea to try this new method this year.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and many non-lethal methods have been tried. I'll be going over that later in the presentation, but
Yep.
but most of them have been unsuccessful. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Ben. And Ben will kick off the afternoon session with his talk on that kind of novel floodlight approach. But now we're ready for Outer Green.
Hello, folks. I am Curtis Mahon. I was the supervisor this year for Outer Green Island. We'll just get into it. Outer Green Island, it's mostly common terns and some lovely black guillemots. For the common terns, we oh, these are some of last year's numbers. Anyways, so this year we monitored 105 nests, had a census of not 183, it was 1,532, which was an 18% decrease over last year. It was also a particularly small clutch size this year. I believe it was, rather than being 1.64, it was 1.22. Our hatch success was 1.22, and the clutch size was also smaller. Productivity this year was very poor at 0.46. We suspect that was largely due to the nor'easter that came through. The nor'easter came through like right in the middle of our peak laying season. So like we ended up having two peak lays, one before the storm, one a few days, like about a week after the storm. And during that storm period, all the birds kind of left the island briefly and like either pushed away from their nests by the waves or the wind, and that allowed gulls to come through and like quite significantly affect the colony. So we had very high levels of gull predation this year in the colony. They were employing some very tricky tactics. Outer Green Island is a very tall and cliffy island. So what they would do is they would fly underneath the cliffs, avoid turn aggression, and then they would jump over the cliff, land, take eggs, fly before any turns could even mob them. So it made harassing the gulls very difficult as well. So eventually we were able to shoot 2 and display them in the most heavily affected areas, and that largely stopped predation. During this time as well, there was also pretty significant ruddy turnstone predation. I think that the large waves from the nor'easter pushed them from the intertidal, so then they had to roost in higher areas where they then found abandoned or unattended tern eggs and also ran through them. Last year was also the first time that anyone had ever detected on this island spotted sandpiper predation of eggs. And we found a few eggs that looked like they were probably also predated by spotted sandpipers during this time of the nor'easter. So I think that was the largest effect for our tern's productivity. Additionally, we had some PFAS show up, mostly first-year birds and a few adults in the early season, but that was very sporadic. And then it largely showed up in July when all the fledgers were out. So we were pretty meticulous this year in documenting as many of the predations as we could, and I'm pretty confident to say that they only were able to catch 4 adult terns, predated 14 fledgers, and then we also detected the peregrines taking an adult black guillemot. And as far as any other predators, they're pretty insignificant. We had we had a laughing gull land on the island like they were considering nesting, and we sure made those guys leave fast. Then a merlin visited a few times. It certainly harassed the terns, but it never caught a tern. It instead caught migrants like common yellowthroat and 1 spotted sandpiper. We additionally, before the nor'easter, we had 1 American oyster catcher nest this year. Had 3 eggs, fledged 1 lovely chick. But during the egg period, it seemed like we found 1 egg near the oyster catcher nest that had a very suspiciously oyster catcher shaped bill hole in it. We could not confirm. We did set up game cameras, but we're unable to confirm that at all. It was only the 1, so it didn't seem significant at all. But then this year we also had a number of gillies. So rather than 18 monitored nests, we were able to monitor 21, and I believe we had 24 total on the island. They had quite a nice, a much better hatch success this year, and a larger clutch. Fledge success this year was 0.8. So they were most of the nests that hatched did fledge all of their chicks. The larger problem was getting to the hatching stage. We had a few of the gilly nests that were predated after the nor'easter, and then also some were just in really bad spots and they rolled their eggs. Also this year, it's not on this slide, but this year the most amazing thing happened. We had 1 roseate tern nest. It's the first time Outer Green Island has had a roseate tern nest since 2021. They did quite terrific. 1 egg, 1 hatch, and 1 fledge. So they did very well. And so diet, again, this is not my slide for this year. So for our diet this year, the Cody's had a lot of herring. It was just tons and tons of herring. It was roughly 66% of our diet was just herring. And then in second place was sand lance at 10%. So it was largely the herring, a little bit of sand lance, and then maybe I think it was 5% hake. There was very few hake this year compared to last year's number of hake. It's not on here, but we also had in our courtship diets, we had 1 guy who we like to call Rock Gunnel Ron. He only provisioned his chick rock gunnels, which I believe he was catching himself and not stealing from Gillies. His other nickname was Lumpfish Larry because he would bring lumpfish still into July for his chick. We additionally in Cody Diet this year had the first, I believe the first record for the entire project of Atlantic cod in tern diet. We had many photos. We took a specimen that was then all, to my knowledge, it's been confirmed, right? The Atlantic cod was confirmed. The pictures were confirmed. The specimen is still out. So Atlantic cod was a very interesting thing to see in diet. Perhaps this is like haddock back in 2015, where it may become a more regular part of the diet. We'll have to see. Additionally, not on my slide is that this was the first year ever on Outer Green Island we did Guillemot diet. So we took diet for black guillemots. We found the diet was 66% rock gunnels, 20% sculpins, and then interestingly, we had about 10% of it was Atlantic snailfish. Interesting thing, which had not been recorded in previous Guillemot diets on seal or mat rock. That was particularly interesting. As far as other species, we had our high count for eider chicks was 55 chicks. They seem to also be very asynchronous. Like we were still seeing very small common eider chicks as we were leaving the island. And I think that may have been nor'easter influence. And this year, potentially due to the cold waters, was a very big year for seeing alcids around the island. We had 33 different days of observations of Atlantic puffin on Outer Green, which is a total record, and 13 observations of razorbills, even murres. So I was quite south and quite a lot for Outer Green. Yeah, I think that's all Outer Green stuff this year. Yes.
I was wondering what, oh, right. Hello. I was wondering what your roseate tern nesting statistics looked like in 2021 and prior. You want that info?
So I don't remember what it was prior to 2021, but I did look at the data from 2021, and it actually had not been entered into our prod database, and nor was it put into the season report. So all I know is that back in 2021, there was 2 nests and likely a third. And judging from like other observations, it seems likely that the roseate terns have nested on that island and just weren't found the last few years. But this year they were found and at least seem to do pretty well. We additionally put out some, like, rather than putting out roseate tern shelters, we did a similar approach to Stratton Island where we put out rock caves and just collected rocks and made some caves for them. So hopefully they use those next year and we get some more.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I'm curious about the common term productivity. And I know you haven't done this, but I'm curious if you have the data to calculate productivity for the nests that got started after the nor'easter, so weren't impacted by that event.
I haven't looked into that, but it seemed like, just from what I saw, it seemed like from the nor'easter, most of the like nests where it's like, okay, if the eggs made it past the nor'easter overwashing them, as well as it made it past the gulls, then that nest was very likely to hatch the chicks. From there was like an additional like layer of trouble for the terns where they had the asynchronous lay, so it was an asynchronous hatch. We had like one hatch, like one peak hatch from like the 10th of June to like the 15th, and then a second peak from like the 20th to the 25th. And so we saw quite a lot of like tern chick mortality from adults, like nearby adults, picking up chicks and either dropping them probably in the ocean where we could not detect them, or just across the plot where the chick would be unable to walk back to his nest. And so it seemed like the chicks had to make it past 3 days old, and then they would get too big for nearby terns to like pick them up. And then once that happened, they they would often fledge at least one chick from the nest. It seemed like there's at least enough food to do that. Mhm.
Just want to say Curtis is very good at doing his slides, and any slides groups.
Yes.
Maybe spotted sandpiper predation. And I was wondering if you could go into more detail on that. How did you determine that spotted sandpipers were maybe predated?
Yeah, so the question was about spotted sandpiper predation. So last year, it was confirmed someone was sitting in a blind and watched a spotted sandpiper like stab his little face into a tern egg. And so then there were, I believe there was like some pictures taken of that were then able to be like, this type and size of bill hole poke into the tern egg, that's from a spotted sandpiper. So it generally looks like very similar to the ruddy turnstone predation, except a much smaller pinhole because their beaks are a little bit smaller. And then unlike ruddy turnstones, which I've seen pecking eggs and then like basically pecking the whole egg apart and then attacking the yolk. Usually with the spotted sandpipers, it's just like a single poke. And so we saw a couple of those that like I suspected was too small of a bill poke for ruddy turnstone. And so we had assumed that it was spotted sandpipers. Mm-hmm. Yes.
The interference of picking up chicks and dropping them may be crowding. Do you think the density is getting tight there? The vegetation has always been very rank.
Mm-hmm.
Birds seem sometimes crowded.
Yeah, it definitely felt like there was some areas that were very dense with tern nests, although that was it seemed like a lot sparser after the nor'easter had swept through, and then also the gull predation occurred, although it seemed like many of those nests at least tried to relay. So it was still rather dense in areas. It could be tern nesting density that was causing that. I think it was potentially like slightly influenced by, it always feels like a few days before the hatch happens, the terns start pecking me more. And so I suspect that the first wave of like the terns was having their chicks like hatch and maybe start to get a little mobile. And then the second wave of birds was reaching that my eggs are about to hatch and be more aggressive phase. And then maybe they were seeing the other chicks nearby and like going after them. Because it seemed like the second wave of birds had much less of that picking up of chicks going on. So it was definitely interesting.
So I'm not sure this is exactly a question for you, Curtis, but the question is, will we be able to share the photos with the network? I'm assuming of the sandpiper.
I'll see if we can find them and then yeah, send it to Paul and she can send it.
All right. Apologies for this slide. But now we're on to Jenny.
Hello, I'm Margaret Jensen. I was the supervisor for Jenny this year. See, and we do have our slides. Thank you, Sue. So Jenny terns did not have a wonderful year this year. We had a census that was a bit lower than previous years, significantly lower clutch size than the typical average, and also low prod at 0.66. I suspect that the reasons for that are both the nor'easter that has been mentioned several times, and Jenny Island just had bad food even at the very beginning of the season. When Keenan was on Jenny, we were trapping adults for his research, and those weights were very low. All the birds were skinny in the hand and lower weight than we expected. And then when I get to feeding, you'll also see that that was a lower feed rate. So I suspect that's the core of our low clutch size and low prod. Roseates did kind of spectacularly bad compared to the previous several years, which I think is, again, either bad food or the storm. We only had 12 nests that we found compared to over 20 in the past couple of years. And many of those nests were single eggs that were abandoned soon after the census period. So they're low prod. Of the chicks that hatched, most of them we ultimately saw and assumed them to have fledged. We didn't have predation issues, but we just did not have very many nests being incubated all the way through. And the clutch size was also very low for the rosies. And then for diet, like Stratton, we had much less hake than in previous years, lots of herring and lots of sand shrimp. There was one memorable feeding stint where I think the same tern brought sand shrimp every 2 to 3 minutes for like 40 minutes. I was getting very tired of writing S on the data sheet. And we also saw a noticeable percentage of fish scraps in diet, which is unusual for past data, which I'm wondering if that isn't also a symptom of the bad food and the low feed rate, that the birds are like, well, I can't find actual fish, so I'm going to go steal this lobster bait. Because often those are very small pieces too, so I can't imagine that's optimal food for the birds. In terms of predation, we didn't have any mammal or owl predation. We had a couple peregrine falcon visits, but only one was observed to have taken a chick. So that wasn't a very major issue. The most problem that we had with predation was actually ruddy turnstones. We had one flock that was there at the very beginning of June, and overnight they pecked at least 45 eggs, all in one swath of the island. And luckily we had 5 people on the island at that time, so we were able to wait until sunset and high tide, so we could run in the intertidal without dying on seaweed. And we spread out on the edge of the island and just charged screaming at turnstones until they realized they couldn't land anywhere, and they left. And then the next day there was like 1 turnstone on the island, and we didn't find any more poked eggs. So we were lucky that we had enough people to do that, to get them to just go before they took any more eggs. And the only other predation issues that we had were some herring gulls swooping in, grabbing almost fledged terns and booking it again before either I or the terns could chase them off. They weren't really hanging out on the island, so other than screaming at them every time we saw them, we weren't able to do very much. And then the last exciting thing on Jenny was we had an American oyster catcher nest that successfully fledged a chick, which is the first record of them breeding by Project Puffin, so in at least 34 years on Jenny. And that chick hung out all season. We watched the family flying around as we closed the island, so that was very nice to see. Oh, also this picture is one of the Atlantic cod, which I was not able to write down in the feeding stint I was doing because it didn't go to one of my chicks, but I took a picture anyway because it was there. That's about all I have. Does anyone have any questions?
Do you know if sand shrimp has ever been that big of portion of the diet at Jenny before?
For the whole history, I don't have off the top of my head, but in the last several years now.
All right, we'll keep moving on to Pond Island.
Thank you. Okay, I'll set up my little book here. Good morning, everybody. My name is Juliana Ramirez. I was the supervisor of Pond Island this year. Yeah, pretty good census this year. Highest ever for Pond was a corrected number of 1,910, which was our highest ever, 147 more nests than last year. We did have an average clutch size of 2.03. I personally noticed a large majority 2-egg nests, and I have spoken to some folks that might indicate poor body condition. Like Margaret said, some of our terns came in with really low weights. But overall, we did have 13 roseate nests, and the clutch size was closer to just a lot of 1-egg nests, so 1.3. Sorry, yes, 1.38. Yeah, for our rosies. Not a ton of bee chicks, but it did seem like they overall did better with a prod of 1.14, whereas the Cody's did have a prod of 0.85. Pond was on a little bit of a later schedule compared to a lot of the other islands, so we did not have to deal with the nor'easter. prod being 0.85, it more has to do with this period of food scarcity. It was kind of like early mid-June. Wait. Yes. And basically it seemed like sorry, early mid-July. And yeah, so it seems like if anybody made it past that food scarcity period, they did all right. Now we did have one RD nest on the island during the census period. There was another RD nest that we did monitor later on, but overall, yeah, prod of 1.0, clutch of 2. In regards to our prey, we did have sand lance as the primary diet, herring right behind that. And then yes, sand shrimp was pretty significant in our diet. I did find that the sand shrimp were pretty large, you know, usually like a 0.75 or a 1 or 1.25. But I did include this picture of this tern holding a fish because we had a pretty significant amount of Atlantic tomcod, which is not really that present in diet. In previous years, there are only a few different examples of that reported. Definitely saw it around, was glad to get it in the diet. And we did actually have more Atlantic tomcod than like things like butterfish. So yeah, it's about census prod. And so I didn't include a slide in it, but pond always comes with predation. We did have a great horned owl that showed up early June. We did find it pretty quickly. We got some traps up. One successful night, a rain night, another night of trapping, and then we got it safely, and got about 10 adults over, you know, the 2 to 3 days that it was around. Otherwise, we didn't have any mammal predation, thankfully. The big stinker of the season was a sharp-shinned hawk that came around quite a bit. Really, just once it started coming, it did not stop harassing the terns. And unfortunately, the sharp-shinned hawk was not large enough to actually carry prey away. It did attempt like a big chick and it dropped it once I shouted at it. But after that, it just seemed to pounce on large chicks and fledgers on the ground and basically just eat their necks while they were alive and then leave the island after I scared it away or it was chased off. So the sharp-shinned hawk was around quite a bit. Peregrine falcon, not so much. Kind of interesting. You know, we had the sharp-shinned hawk was around a lot. It got 2 adults and 4 chicks or fledgers. Meanwhile, the peregrine falcon got 2 fledglings and 1 adult. Now, there were actually a group of 11 that I could tell terns that were nesting in the titular pond, Pond Island. There's a lot of driftwood and some other debris in there. So they were nesting right on top of there, but that was like the sharp-shinned hawk favorite spot to go because it was on the outskirts. So there's definitely more terns that got taken that just were not accessible because that area is pretty dense with poison ivy. And otherwise, a bit of a weird one that also occurred last year, bald eagle, actually. Would not expect it, but there were some bald eagles that they seemed to make their home on Wood Island. And at least twice we had a bald eagle come over and essentially just pick up a large tern, a large fledgling. Visibility was tough when it's just in its clutches, but probably some fledglings, 2 fledglings that got taken by the bald eagle. Yeah, I think that's about it for pond. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Cool. There you go.
Thanks. All right, I think we're close to home here next with Eastern Egg Rock.
Got my notes. Oh. Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Allie Ballard. I was the supervisor of Eastern Egg Rock this season. Let me see the slides. So for our numbers, our census for Cody, Artie's, and Rosie's were a little bit less than last year, not by a ton. As far, oh, thank you. Yeah, so everything was a little bit lower than last year. As far as our Cody's were concerned, our clutch and mean hatch sizes were some of the lowest that we've had in quite a while. However, our prod, while lower than last year, was higher than in 2023, 2021, and 2020. So it did seem that there was some fluctuations over the last few years, so a little bit of trend going on there. Our RDs were very comparable to last year. So same clutch size actually as last year, and the mean hatch was actually just a little bit higher. For our Rosies, we had a small mean hatch and clutch size over the last few years. And while prod was lower than last year, it was actually very comparable to 2021 and 2023. For our Atlantic puffins, we actually found 25 new active burrows this year, which was really exciting. And our active burrow count was all the way up to 150. Also, the previous record for puffin scrubbed was 21, and we actually got 37 puffin chicks this year. So, yeah, we're very excited about that. My team did a really great job in that regard. And then actually one of the things that I'm most excited to talk about is laughing goals. I know you never thought you'd hear someone say that, right? So we actually, during our census, found 730 laughing goal nests. And to people that might not be familiar, that might seem like a lot. However, that was actually 1,727 fewer nests than last year. So if you're wondering how much effort that took to get that decrease, as my research assistant Hannah is laughing in the corner, it was a massive effort, and it was not just during one portion of the season, it was continuous throughout the entire season. I also had our crew do a mini laughing goal census towards the very end of the season, and we found 134 laughing goal chicks. So we will have fledged fewer than a couple hundred laughing goal chicks from Egg Rock this season, which is pretty incredible. Okay, so for our diet, it was mostly comprised of hake and herring for both Rosies and common terns, and then our Arties had a really large amphipod amount. Our amphipods was much higher than last year. Hake and herring was pretty consistent with last year as well, and some sandlands in there. Yeah, as far as other birds that are not on these slides, we did have storm petrels. We had 52 nests with a hatch success of 0.86. And then we monitored 32 gilly nests. They had a clutch size of 1.88, mean hatch of 1.69, and prod of 0.89. Our gilly chicks definitely did very well this year. There are some very chunky ones out there in the colony. As far as predators are concerned, we had a PIFA at the beginning of the season, picked off a few of our adults, but it was very sporadic, just over a few days. We had some mallard predation on eggs, but nothing super intense that we had to ward off. Most of our efforts were really going towards those laughing goals during the entire season. Yeah, and I believe that's it. That's my season. That's our season. Well, I can take questions if anyone has any questions. Yes.
Did you try anything new to discourage the laughing gulls from nesting?
Oh, I threw everything at the laughing gulls. Every time I suggested something, people said, well, they've done that before. And I said, yes, and we will do that and more. So we did air horns, we did bangers and screamers, we did like wood clapping. I had a research assistant who was really good at barking. Sounds like a joke, but like here's the thing, she was the only one whose bark was good enough to actually keep the laughing gulls away. We all tried it, none of us succeeded. Her bark was the best. There were days I was, my crew was doing blind stints, and I just walked up and down in the interior of the colony, just like trying to get them not to land. We have these really large metal balls that were dredge balls that washed up from a couple years ago. If I didn't feel like walking, I just stood next to those and just took something and started clapping. Like the metal, we did bongo drums. I had a volunteer, she asked if she could throw rocks at them. I said, go for it. One day I just started singing really, really loudly and really obnoxiously. We also, we also shot, or I shot about 25 between me, Keenan helped me as well, and Amanda is my first year shooting, and we ended up getting 25 laughing goals, which is actually more than the last 5 years combined. I did hang them up on effigies throughout the island, not only on the interior, but also a couple on the inner title, as well as warnings of do not land here. During the beginning of the season, I would wake up at 6 o'clock every morning and I would go around the island. We didn't have our platform yet to do our morning count, so I would just walk around the island and make sure that I was deterring them that way. And then another thing that we did to help keep our chick numbers low as far as laughing goals from fledging is we of course oiled during the census. However, what we also did was around mid-July, we went throughout the colony and crushed all of the eggs right before they were about to hatch. As everyone probably knows, laughing gulls can keep relaying, so the amount of man and woman efforts going into crushing eggs didn't seem to be conducive if you're constantly doing that. We have so many other things going on, so we just don't have the time to constantly be doing that. So we went out right before they were about to hatch, crushed as many eggs throughout the island as possible. And then, of course, they relayed. So then we did our mini laughing goal census towards the end of July, where we actually did transects throughout the entire island over a few days, crushing eggs again, and then also counting when we had chicks. And to make sure we weren't recounting chicks, we would pick up the chick and push it down to the end of the line. So that way it would run the opposite direction of where we wanted to go. Of course, there's probably chicks missed, but I feel very confident that, you know, we didn't miss hundreds of chicks. Yeah, I think it was just a nonstop effort throughout the entire season. There was not a moment where we really like let up on some type of an effort of what we were doing. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
Yeah, so the question online is, was there any reaction from the tour boats to the effigies?
Oh, that is a great question. I did tell some of the OEAs that I would be putting them up, and I feel very strongly that while it is something that is hard to see, it is a very important aspect of conservation management, and I think it is something that the public could be aware about. I think that while we took them down for certain occasions, I think really having them up and is really important. And also the OEAs told me that very few people even notice them. I think, you know, everyone on the boats are really looking for the puffins anyway. We don't have a lot of the effigies like all throughout the intertidal. I think we had like one on the north end and one on the south end. Most of them were in the interior. So unless you're really actively looking for those goals, and I think too, it's also a good learning point for people on the tour boats. I think it's something that can strike up more of a conversation about the importance of what we're doing and how we're able to manage and help these birds out. Because as I'm sure many people here know, we see them taking food from puffins, gillies, terns, no matter what. So, other questions? Yeah.
Do you have any sense of whether there was actually less kleptoparasitism on puffins or terns with this reduction?
Yeah, I don't really have anything that would be concrete numbers because it is my first season out on egg, and there's nothing necessarily written about how much that's happening. However, just based off of what I would assume that it would be considerably less, mostly because our numbers as a whole for adults would have been down considering how many fewer nests we had. But also I think when you're crushing all of those eggs and making sure that those chicks aren't being hatched, the adults are, I'm assuming, having to steal less food from those other birds. So overall, there's just less laughing gulls that are needing that food as a whole, if both the adult numbers and the chick numbers are down. Because last year, I think most of those 2,500 nests would have hatched chicks, and a lot of them would have been fledging compared to the less than 200 we found during our mini census. Okay.
All right, moving on to Matinicus Rock.
Hi, I'm Tracy Faber. I'm the supervisor of Matinicus. I have a lot of species to get through, so I might just let you guys look at some of these numbers and point out some salient things about the season. So overall for terns, our birds nested a bit later after these big storms, and so weren't heavily impacted by that. However, our census numbers for Arctic terns are down, which seems to be a continuing trend. So 75 fewer nests than last year, but also like 214 nests down from our colony peak in 2022. And it doesn't seem like those birds are necessarily still in the system. We also had birds who were able to fledge chicks, but we had growth rates pretty much stall out for 2 to 3 weeks in July. And a lot of birds actually were still able to come back from that, but it seems like common terns who are less able to fledge chicks on inverts really struggle during that period more than Arctic terns. Our coding numbers are up a little bit at 415. However, some of that might have to do with our detection rate. And then another just little fun fact, we did have 2 pairs of hybrid terns on the island this year, each of which fledged a chick. Yeah, so generally, we were impressed by what our terns were able to do given the conditions. But once again, a heavy invert year for us and common terns doing less well on that. The second year in a row that we've had our CODIs provisioning over 45% inverts in diet. Not great. So moving on to some of our alcids, our razorbills and our puffins were pretty heavily impacted by those nor'easter storms. So we didn't actually go into the razorbill colony prior to that to try and, give them the best shot they could at withstanding that. But I would estimate probably about 2/3 of our colony was impacted. However, for the birds who weren't, we had some of the highest growth rates that we've ever had. We had chicks fledging at over 200 grams, which is pretty exceptional for us. We had that first wave move through, pretty high fledge success for those birds. And then we also had a lot of birds who laid again. We actually were able to do razorbill diet into the end of July. And I would guess that a lot of those birds fledged chicks, though we weren't monitoring in those areas, given that they're further north in the colony. They are common murres. Our puffins also got slammed by those storms on both sides of the island. So that led to some failures, but also now a lot of those birds laid second clutches, it seems, just anecdotally. And we had really high growth rates for early puffins. We also had some of our earliest hatching on the island in the past 20 years, more similar to what our initial hatches were like in the 80s and 90s. So our estimated fledge right now is pretty good for us at 0.9. And we are finding that generally birds are eating mostly haddock through the middle of the season. We had higher prey diversity at the beginning and towards the end. And yeah, we'll see how those late season birds do. Generally, same trend as always. Earlier chicks do better. Later chicks still probably fledge, but usually below 250 grams. And moving on to everybody's favorite, the black guillemot. Gillies did decently this year for us, estimated prod of 1. And our clutch size is back up a little bit from last year. And then one pretty cool thing is that our lapwingles didn't even really try and nest this year. So basically didn't have to do very much about that. Our high count for the season was 12. I don't know where they were. They didn't try that hard to nest on the island. Though we have put increased pressure on them in the last few years, though it doesn't seem like that would be enough to create this situation. While we do appreciate it. Yeah, we had pretty low census counts for eiders. They may have also been impacted by the storm. We do very little monitoring for them. Our Leach's storm petrel monitoring is ongoing. And then we have our Manx shearwaters who we monitor on the island. We only have 2 burrows this year that are active, which is down for us, but we have suspicions there could be others on the island. We just haven't found them yet. And then also our MERS, we had a high count of 138 and fledged probably about 15 chicks. They also were washed out in those early May storms and relayed, and were very successful. So we're very happy to see that. We also were able to resite some birds, and all of them were 3 or 4-year-old birds from Machias Seal. So pretty fun to see those guys trying their best. These are just some of our diet numbers. As I said, puffins mostly relied on haddock through the middle of the season. We had a pretty high percentage of euphausias in diet as well for the second year in a row, though of course those are pretty dense bill loads. Arctic terns, of course, invert specialists. But again, that common tern number, 56% inverts, very high. Our razor bills were getting a lot of herring and sand lance. The herring in particular, I think, contributed to those really good growth rates. And then we were able to do a bit more MER diet than we have been in the past, which was really exciting. Mostly haddock, herring, and some rosefish. One other thing of note, not a seabird, but very exciting. We have a record of a breeding Carolina wren on the island this year. So yeah, we're very excited about that. We didn't have too much predation issue, and our raven pair did not spend too much time on the island. They mostly seemed to predate abandoned eggs in the razorbill colony after the storm. Yeah, so if anyone has any questions, that's it.
Relaying of a puffin egg is a pretty unusual thing, maybe very unusual. So I would do a little research to see if there's a note or something.
Yeah, so I thought that it was pretty unusual, and more and more I think that it's not. We often will have burrows in prod that we have, like we have the prior year's record, and we might find like a rolled egg buried in the nest cup, and then they have a second egg. But also it does seem like a lot of these burrows that were washed out in storms. And again, it's hard to monitor because a lot of these areas that were impacted are not areas where we're consistently grubbing or where chicks or eggs are visible. But it did seem like most of those birds did at least make a second attempt. So it would be interesting. I don't really have numbers to support that, but it does seem increasingly possible.
Maybe a
Yeah.
different hair moves in too.
Well, the other thing is that some of these are banded birds that we know from diet and feed rate, and so we know them, and we've seen them come back to these spots and try again. And like I found washed out eggs in burrows, and then I started seeing feeds to those same burrows, and the timing lines up for them to have laid a second clutch after those storms. It's great. Yeah. Okay.
Right, we're on to seal.
What happened to Mintinic?
What happened to Mintinic?
I think it's called.
There we go. Should we stick with the order we have?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. I'm Coco. I'm the Seal Island supervisor. So kind of similar stories across the board from some other islands. We also had some effects from our gale at the end of May that affected our terns. I think lower effect on our alcids than Matinicus rock, just because of the topography of our island. So our terns, the colony has continued to drop in size. So compared to 2019, 6 years ago, our entire colony has dropped by about 40%. Both species have decreased in that time. The proportion is, I think, the Codes have gone down by a little bit more proportionally than the Arties, but that is something I would be very excited to talk to people about later. This year, they actually dropped by a little bit less than the past few years. We also had slight drops in our clutch sizes and hatch success and productivity compared to last year. A lot of those lower numbers are due to poor body condition of birds returning, effects from the gale, a wave of starvation in mid-July. Those also accompanied by heavy gull predation because I think they're also experiencing some of those prey availability pressures. Our puffins have been doing pretty well. We did not do a census this year. Our numbers for them are pretty similar to last year. And we have seen just a lot of activity in our colony, a lot of new burrows, and probably more than we're able to really monitor in satellite areas down the island. Our chicks were a little less big than last year, but we still had a lot of healthy chicks, really big, healthy first wave, some that are a little later growing a little less well. We did have a period, again, in that sort of low fish availability period in mid-July where our weights plateaued for our growth chicks, but a lot of them were able to come back up out of that, which was exciting to see. Our guillemots did really well this year. This was actually our highest. So these are projected productivity numbers for our guillemots and our puffins, but this will be the highest gillie prod for Seal Island since monitoring began. So very exciting for them. Our razorbills also have continued to do well, and their colony continues to grow. So we censused 113 burrows this year. That's up 12 from last year. And we had the highest productivity that they have ever had. They really hit the herring window exactly where they needed to be. And we had a lot of chicks that were over 200 grams, which is pretty unusual for us to see. And then for some of our other breeding birds on the island, we do our herring gull and blackback gull census. The numbers for those are pretty standard. They do continue to go down by just a little bit kind of year after year. Eiders are down, but our census methods for them are not as consistent. So sometimes it's hard to know how accurate that number is, but generally we did not see a ton of eiders around the island, and we saw fairly low numbers of chicks around the island throughout the season. And then our cormorants are holding pretty steady, double crests, same numbers as last year. Our great cormorants are down a little bit. There seems to be some fluctuation in their population, but I think a lot of that is sometimes affected by these early season storms, and our minimum productivity for them is ongoing. So our diet, we have 5 diets to get through this year, but generally for terns, a lot of invertebrates, amphipods, and euphausiids for Arctic terns, and mostly euphausiids for common terns. We saw a pretty similar pattern to some other years for our tern diet this year, where we had more fish available at the beginning of the season. The Coaties were bringing back a lot of herring, some hake around, and then we saw a drop. The Arties filled it with tiny things, and the Coaties were doing really low provisioning rates, but mostly going up and finding bigger herring. And then we did actually see a little uptick again late in the season with more herring, and some chicks that we really had no faith in actually grew a little bit. But yeah, pretty sort of weights that held steady as wings grew, and we had some waves of starvation in there. Our puffin diet was made up with a lot of haddock. We had also sort of patterns throughout the season. Herring and sand lance at the beginning, that drops out, haddock fills in, and then at the end of the season, we started to see a little bit more haddock. And some very interesting other fishes, which also is something that I would be excited to talk to people about after. We saw some unusual things this year. And we had some sand lance sort of scattered throughout. And this is the first year on seal that we've done consistent razorbill and black guillemot diet studies. And our razorbills, they were mostly eating herring and sand lance, and then we also have a mystery cluchiid that we have not yet successfully identified that they were bringing back some of, that we also saw in puffin diet early on. And then our guillemots were eating rock gunnel, redfish, radiated shanty, and cunner, as well as a few other fun things. And those are my numbers.
Do you have an idea of historic numbers for great cormorants?
The colony has been growing over the years. I feel I would need to look a little bit more at the numbers, but I feel like we've had some fluctuations in the past 5 or so years between about like 45 to like 57. And I do think that their numbers are affected. Like we often see in one specific area, if there is an early season storm, the wash just comes up really high there, and I think washes out part of some of the nests. But they're also in an area of the island that we don't go to that much and is difficult to access from land. So we don't always have sort of as like we don't have our eyes on that area as much as I would like to really have a more detailed understanding of like what's happening in their colony.
All right. Do we have somebody to present on other colonies in Penobscot Bay? Excellent.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Right. I think my next slide is more detailed, but I'm Kelsey Sullivan. I'm the waterfowl biologist for the state. But I have a passion for seabirds. East Penn Bay. So this is a unmanaged survey, a survey of unmanaged islands. We only go out and count once a year. We don't do productivity follow-up. But so traditionally in a sort of a long-term trend, it's about 100 common tern nests, give or take. Some years it's up, some years it's down. If you look at, I have numbers for 3 islands, Green Ledge, and just as a reference, you can see Isleboro's to the west, Deer Isle to the right. So this is a archipelago. We do survey, I think, 10 to 12 islands in any given year. So numbers aren't very impressive, but Green Ledge was 11. Like I said, it fluctuates and they move from different islands. The cool thing about this year was, if you look at my last bullet, Mouse Island is a new site. So, and that wasn't even picked up during the census window. We had gone out to do some eider surveys, and lo and behold, there's 164 common tern nests. And so the numbers for the archipelago were down, and they were over there. So that's pretty awesome. The other cool thing about Mouse is I picked up a dead tern, which isn't cool, but banded in Buenos Aires. I don't know where yet, so I've had trouble trying to figure out where. I don't know if the research station, the email was down. Then I found another one, so I'm still waiting to hear back. But anyway, that was kind of a cool little thing. And then I do have some predation info, which is pretty minimal, but Grass Ledge West, I have a note here, 14 nests, active nests. There was 20 empty, which were obvious had been used. There's eggshells and things, and we picked up 2 dead guillemots in the nest in a burrow on an egg, back of the head, classic mink. So we had some mink predation. So yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Any questions before we let Kelsey go? All right, great, thanks. And long wait notwithstanding, we're ready for the finish.
Hi, I'm Courtney Naughton. I was the supervisor on Matinic this year. Similar to what other people have been reporting, productivity was generally down this year. We did have 115 more nests than we have in prior years. For a while, it was hanging steady around like 1,200 for terns. And this year it was 1,341. Similar composition. I think we had like slightly more arties than previous years, but it's like a 70-30 split. The clutch sizes, similar to everyone else, were relatively lower than usual. It was around like just over 2 for the Cody's, and the RD's was 1.78. We found our first egg on the 18th, but because of the storm, birds were really reluctant to sit. So we were finding eggs dropping around the colony from the 18th through the 23rd, but we didn't see anyone sitting until after the storm had blown through. So after that, phenology is relatively similar to what we've been seeing in previous years, despite the early start. Productivity was quite low. We had productivity of 0.56 for the Codes and 0.83 for the Arties. As other people are finding, the Arties are generally a bit more resilient because they have those, they're able to subsist on the inverts, which I'll go into a little bit more on the next slide when we do diet. For guillemots, we found 60 active burrows. Hatch success was 58%. We had a lot of eggs that just didn't hatch, or the adults were still sitting them at our last check. And then we found 89 leaches storm. I think 21 had eggs, and then we found 7 chicks our last check, and a lot of those burrows that we knew had eggs still had adults in them, so it's possible they're still incubating. So for diet, we had a lot of laughing gulls. I think we took a lot of the laughing gulls that got pushed off of other islands. We had around 30 throughout most of the season who would just constantly be harassing the terns. So a lot of the common tern diet is just unknown fish because the gulls would come in and you'd have like 8 or 9 chasing a single adult and they'd pounce on the bird. So it was hard to identify. What we were able to find, a lot of it was 15% herring. 10 just unknown, a bit of sand lance. Similar to other islands, we weren't really seeing a lot of fish until the very end. There was an uptick in like herring and hake. Actually not as much hake, sorry, I lied about that. But herring at least, well, hake for the Arctic terns. We saw some pollock flying around. No one was really, none of the chicks were getting it though. I think it was a lot of like courting birds who were looking for mates late in the season. And then for the Arctic terns, like 60% of it was invertebrates. We had a lot of insects, and I think we're a lot of like amphipods and isopods, although they were super tiny, so it was hard to tell a lot at the time of the fish. It was a good amount of herring and hake, a little bit of sand lance, and then some sticklebacks and butterfish. We also saw the fish chunks flying around. In terms of predation, we had a peregrine that was coming around through a lot of like a bit of like the later early season and the mid season. It kind of dropped off, interestingly, once like fledging started. However, we did have a Cooper's hawk that came in and settled in, and similar to the sharpshin that was mentioned earlier, once it set up shop, it was very difficult to deal with. It would come in multiple times a day. We think it was roosting probably somewhere in the forest on the other side of the island, but it would stay really, really low. And the birds really didn't do anything about it, which was kind of weird. It was able to take the chicks a lot. It got a lot of fledglings and a couple of adults, but mostly it was going after the fledglings. We had a sheep issue this year. For those who don't know, Matinic has sheep that graze the island in the off season, and then we block them off from the colony because they'll trample chicks. They got around the fence this year, and so we were chasing them out for like 3 weeks before sunrise and after sunset. We know they trampled at least 1 Arctic tern chick and 1 common tern chick, and so we finally were able to block up the intertidal. And then we didn't have any mammal predators aside from that, and we did have a black crowned night heron that came by for 1 day. We found evidence of predated eggs, a couple missing chicks, but it moved on after that. Yeah, I think that is it.
What's the snake situation?
Oh, yes, we also have snakes because Matinic is full of fun times. We collected I love the island. It has some fun. We collected 62, captured 62 snakes on the island. We observed 1 eastern garter snakes. They are around, we found 1 actively eating a chick during prod. We also had 1 that we caught in one of our minnow traps, had presumably eaten a small sandpiper chick or a songbird. We found a couple snakes in like the rock wall where the storm petrels were nesting, including in an empty burrow, but we didn't observe any predation there. That said, it's difficult to monitor them, so it's possible that that's occurring. Yeah. Any questions? Yeah.
What did you do with the snakes once you captured them?
Sure. So snakes that are captured, we captured them by hand, we captured them by minnow traps. They'll just slither in. They get stuck sometimes, which is always the time. You have to work them out scale by scale. But once they're finally free of that, we put them in a bucket, fill it with grass, and those are transported off island and released on the mainland.
Now probably close to 600 snakes.
We are over 600 snakes that have been removed since I think 2011,
2011, 20.
like that. Yeah.
Just one other snake question. Are you measuring them? Are they larger than the typical snakes on the mainland or any differences at all?
That's a great question. We do not measure the snakes. We definitely larger ones but some of that I think is capture retention bias, because as mentioned, the snakes will attempt to slither out of the side of the snake traps and the smaller ones are able to fit through. They're impressively good at that. So yeah.
Historically, there were some huge ones, Steve, like biggest ones I've ever seen on islands. And we did last year submit snake poop to Gemma to try to figure, because we're concerned that they're preying on the storm petrels and the stone wall. But we don't have those results back yet, so but we do know they prey on some eggs and chicks.
Thank you.
All right. All right, I think we're ready for SHIP.
Taylor is supposed to do it remotely.
Okay,
See how that.
this will be a test. All right, Taylor, if you're online, if you could unmute yourself. And go ahead and share and give me some instructions on slides, when to advance.
Okay. Can you hear me all right?
Okay, we heard you there. Go ahead.
I think we have to not use the Zoom bar and you have to use the mic on the computer.
Okay.
Okay.
Is the audio, is that good?
I think we're okay.
Okay. I was the supervisor on SHIP this year. My name's Taylor. SHIP just has the common tern colony. They're a great colony. They did really well this year in terms of census numbers. During the census, we found the corrected number is 1,705 nests, which is an increase of almost 350 nests from last year and is a record high for the island. So that is pretty good. Average clutch size was 1.93, which is similar to what other islands have been reporting. Productivity was 0.67, so not the best. We had some issues with high chick death. We think it was connected to bad weather events, but we also think that there was some illness going on at the same time, which increased that mortality. Let's see. Oh yeah, we also had one pair of American oyster catchers nesting again. Last year was, I believe, their first year to nest on SHIP. And this year they returned, they laid 3 eggs, only 2 hatched, and they had no surviving chicks, which was unfortunate. Yes, so for most of the deaths, they occurred in windows near bad weather events. But we also think that they were linked probably to food scarcity and illness. We had a lot of chicks that were flipping over onto their backs. We sent a number of samples away to be tested for various things, but I don't know that we have the results back on that. Linda might know better about that. We did deal with some predation, mostly gulls and a handful of peregrines that were present throughout the season. I was able to remove one great blackback gull around the middle of the season, which was displayed in the colony to deter further gull predation. That seemed to help for a while, but then towards the end of the season, we did have, I think, around 5 gulls, 3 of which were herring gulls that were sneaky and were coming into the colony and taking chicks. But the colony was usually pretty good at reacting to those incidents, so there wasn't too much that we could do despite our efforts. We also had a mink come to the island on July 19th, and we found about 30 adults and older fledglings that we found freshly predated. However, after that, we didn't observe any more direct predation from a mink. We had traps set after that date, and we were monitoring for further disturbance caused by mink, but we didn't see any until, well, through the end of the season. So that was odd, but we were happy to not see it again. In terms of food, we saw a lot of herring, mostly herring, and then unknown fish and fish scraps. There were a few periods of time where in the beginning of the season we were seeing a lot of herring and we were seeing it pretty frequently, and then there was a noticeable drop off and shift to more diverse prey types and smaller prey types. We had a number of pollock, some butterfish, sand lance that we were seeing. And we were also seeing a lot of chicks in the colony and like in productivity plots that were thin. And a number of them, when we would find them dead, had likely starved. A lot of very thin birds. And then there were periods of time where herring would become more prevalent again, though I think maybe not at the same high rate as it was early in the season. And then there was a second window of lower quality prey towards the end of the season, but at that point, I think a lot of the birds were fledglings on the shore, and so we weren't able to capture like what they were being fed at that point. But yeah, so some interesting diversity there. And I think that might be about all I've got, if there are any questions. Oh, I think if there are any questions, you are muted, so I'm not hearing anything. But I do see one in the chat asking if the dead and dying chicks are most often very young. And our answer to that would be yes. We saw a majority of smaller chicks that were flipping over onto their backs and could not be righted. There was one instance where we were eyeing this one chick for it to pass and then be collected as a fresh sample. And instead, after a few days of like being stuck on its back and presumably not being fed, it seemed to recover and it righted itself and was mobile again. And then the next day it had died. So we weren't sure for a while if it was like toxicity from prey or if it was just illness.
All right. Any questions from the in-person audience? Yeah, Kelsey.
I may have missed it. It was mentioned as 2 pair of American oyster catchers. Is that just the pairs or their productivity?
There was one pair,
Yep.
they had 2 chicks and both died.
Okay.
On trumpet.
Okay. Yep.
Just to follow up, because we saw this on some on Matinic and some on Petite Manan too. We were having chicks displaying neurological conditions where they couldn't control their head. They were stumbling around. Large numbers of them were found dead on their back. And I ended up talking to Joan Walsh, working on Great Gulf, and she said, oh, we've been seeing that for a long time. We didn't know what it was. We were calling it early chick death. And they sent out samples to the
Hey, Don, sorry to interrupt. You're muted again on the computer, so no one online can hear what's happening in person.
for avian influenza, but we don't know if it was the one adult or the chicks. And then because they had AI, they destroyed all the samples. So, and now it sounds like Monomoy is maybe seeing similar death, and Margaret Rebega went back out to Great Gull last week and said she found thousands of dead terns. So there's something going on, and we're not quite sure what for a disease issue. Hopefully people heard that.
I think the in-person audience got that, but we didn't have things set up for the online audience to hear that. So Linda just gave a lot of additional information on that early chick death. I think I'd probably refer anyone online who's interested to Linda for further information. I think there's definitely some good diagnostics that have happened, but a bit more information yet to collect.
And I'm guessing there'll probably be a maybe fall discussion about disease in colonies and how to better respond and get better diagnostic testing. So.
Oh, and we did send in some chicks from Pond Island and our 3 islands, Ship, Matinik, and PMI, that were dying when they were young, and they all tested negative for AI. I just got those results back last week, so still mystery.
Any focused follow-up to that? If not, I suggest folks reach out to Linda and Jill for more information. Yeah. Okay, and I think we'll move on. So we're working on the tech for remote presentations, but it's still a little work in progress. But I think PMI is in person.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rory. I'm the supervisor on PMI this summer. And I'm here to tell you about our seabirds. So we had, for Cody and Artie's, pretty low compared to previous years. During our census, we had 511 nests. We had a clutch of 1.9, hatch success of 60%. Productivity of 0.81, that's pretty normal. But not sure why, but our terns kind of had a lower lay date. It was the latest lay date that we had since 2019, so it was pretty kind of waiting around for a little bit for our terns, but we eventually got them. And then for Artie's, we had a census number of 357. Our clutch was 1.69, hatch success of 60%, productivity of 0.6, a little bit lower than previous years, but pretty on average. For our puffins, we had a census of 82. It was the most puffin burrows that we found in the last several years, so that was pretty exciting. Our hatch success was 83%, also pretty good. Productivity was 0.73, also pretty good for our puffins. For our black guillemots, our census number was 94, and this is the most black guillemot nests that we found in the last several years. A lot of effort went into that. We had about, I think, like 70 chicks, so pretty good. Hatch success was 80%, productivity 0.89, so also pretty good for black guillemots. For leeches storm petrels, we found about 120 burrows across the island, but only 44 of those actually had something in it. So we had 44 burrows that were active. Think about only 40 had like a nest, or sorry, an egg or a chick in them. And then for hatch success, it was 72.5%. And then common eiders, during our census, we found 18 nests, and that was pretty good. I think in previous years, we've kind of didn't survey the western part of the island, so we did a lot more of that this year. And then for laughing gulls, we found one during census, but over the course of the summer, we found 17 nests. We had a lot of laughing gulls this season. We had about over 1,000 visits over like 25 days. So a lot of effort went into scaring the laughing gulls off of our island. So yeah, a lot of predator control there. moving on to our diet. So common tern diet, we mostly saw a lot of Atlantic herring, butterfish, hake. Those were the top three that we had. Our Arctic terns also kind of similar, Atlantic herring, hake, and then butterfish, as well as some unknown fish. And then those were pretty inconsistent throughout the season. Sometimes we'd have periods where we'd be out there for a while and we didn't see any feedings for a long period of time. So not really sure what was going on there. But then towards the end of the season, a lot of our fish turned to butterfish. So we saw a lot more feedings there, and especially with invertebrates too, during the later half of the season. And for our Atlantic puffin diet, a lot of our diet was sand lance, a lot of butterfish as well, and then some pollock in there too were kind of our top three. Yeah, and then similar with our terns, for some reason in the later part of the season we got more butterfish feedings and other fish, so not really sure what was going on there, but definitely kind of inconsistent throughout the season is what we were seeing. And that's it. That's all I have. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Yeah, I was just wondering, it seems like the puffin numbers were quite good this summer compared to how many puffin burrows were lost during winter storm a couple years ago. I'm just wondering if you have a sense of what proportion of those would be artificial burrows versus natural burrows?
Yeah, I'm not sure like specific proportions, but we had a lot of artificial burrows being used. I think probably over 50% were artificial burrows, and then the rest were natural. And the ones that were natural that were occupied at the beginning of the season were not occupied as much as towards the end of the season. But our artificial burrows did pretty well.
All right, I think we're good. All right, we're ready for Machias Seal Island. I saw Heather online earlier. I assume Heather or another member of her team will present. So we're going to transition to our online presentation mode, which will take us a moment.
And then can you also
Okay, I'm going to. There we go. And mute myself. And Heather or whoever's ready, go ahead when ready.
All right. Hope everybody can hear me. I'm Daniel. I was the field lead at Machias Seal Island this year, and I'm a graduate student in Dr. Heather Major's lab at University of New Brunswick. Hopefully everybody can hear my audio. If you can, I'm good to go to the next slide.
We're getting a little bit of a double signal, but we are hearing you.
Okay. Okay, I'll keep going and try to talk a bit slower, so hopefully it's not too confusing. Did you get any slides from us? There we go. Okay, perfect. So yeah, we had a great year overall productivity wise on Machias Seal Island. The weather this year was really warm and really dry. We got very minimal rain throughout the year of the season. I see two people. All right, I'm just gonna keep going, hoping the audio is okay. So over the last 5 years, our rainfall this year compared to the last 5 years was well below our mean, and then it was well below our historical mean over the last 30 years. So overall, it's just been a pretty dry and pretty warm season. We didn't do any fern census or eider census this year because we did one last year. So instead, we did our puffin and razorbill census this year. So for the eiders, again, we don't really do much work with them. We do weekly otter counts around the island, and relative to last year, we found that our highest count of the season was about 100 individuals lower than it was last year. And then for our ducklings, we had about half of our highest count last year as well, so 32, I believe it was, for the eiders. So we don't know if there's something in particular that was impacted them this year. But again, we didn't do sort of like full monitoring on those guys. For common terns, we haven't had any nest, or we haven't found any nest for the last 4 or 5 years, if not longer. So there was none there. But early on in our season, we did observe them on the island when we were doing our resighting stints. We just didn't see any sort of courtship behaviors or nesting. Our Arctic terns had a really, really bad year. Again, we didn't do a census, but we did our sort of regular year-to-year monitoring for the Arties. We had a total of 86 eggs and 64 nests. Of those 84 eggs, we had 4 that hatched. 3 of those chicks died almost immediately in the following days. And then one of them grew large enough to be banded and then to be presumed fledged. So basically just one of the 84 Arctic terns sort of fledged successfully. Early on in the sort of Arctic tern laying period, we noticed that their lay was a bit lighter than it was last year, and it wasn't as synchronous as it was last year. So lay sort of occurred over, I would say, like a week and a half, 2 week period. And then right after lay in the following days, Arctic terns, the adults seem to abandon the nest pretty quickly. They would fly away, leave the eggs unwatched, come back for a few days and fly away. And that pattern sort of continued until early July, where most of the adults just abandoned the island for good. And then from sort of early July to the end of the season, we had relatively no terns on the island, which is pretty unfortunate. So I'm guessing that probably some storms or a bad winter led to that, but it was not great for them. And then for predation for the terns, and this also applies to the alcids, is we had our sort of usual gulls on the island. Compared to last year, we had less gull nests found on Gull Rock, which is sort of our adjacent gull colony that's close to the island. We went there early in the season and found 13 nests and 32 eggs, which we destroyed, which is about half of what it was last year. Last year, there was 25 nests that we found and 59 eggs that we destroyed. So it seems the breeding pairs has gone down. That said, lots of gulls were present in the colony, herring and great blackback. And they were very active this year, hunting in the colony, picking up sort of puffin chicks, tern eggs earlier on in the season, as well as our murre eggs that are sort of hanging around on the outskirts of the island. In addition to gulls, we had our fairly frequent peregrine visitors. They came around sort of pretty consistently throughout the season up until we left. And then we also had a juvenile bald eagle stay near the island for about a month and a half that was hanging around, but we didn't really see any sort of concrete predation from the eagle. And so, and then we also did some lethal gull control, but this time around it was a bit later in June, so it probably wasn't as effective. Usually try to do it earlier, but just due to sort of travel and logistics between Canada and US, it was just a bit difficult to get our lethal gull control specialist out to the island. But we did end up sort of killing 4 herring gulls. But it might have been sort of at a point of the season where it didn't do much good. For our puffins, we also had a strange start to the season for the puffins. They started off really shaky. We had 123 active burrows with eggs, and then we had 86 of those hatched, or hatch success was 70%. And then of that 70%, the chicks that did hatch for the first couple of weeks, they started growing very, very slowly. Food was very bad for that little period. And then in that period, we also had a lot of chicks die. And just in general, we were seeing a lot of puffin chicks scattered around the colony, sort of dead outside of burrows and things like that. But it seemed to turn around after that, where food started to get a lot better. And then from that point on, say mid-June to the end of the season, we were getting very consistent deliveries of sand lance and high quality prey. And so overall, our puffin puffins did pretty well. So we had a sort of fledge per egg rate of 0.39, and we ended up banding 48 puffins of productivity burrows, and then we also banded an additional 430 something just random chicks around the island. We also did a puffin census this year. Because there are so many puffins on MSI, we did a sort of partial census protocol where we count burrows using quadrats and then transects along our grid lines. And so from that, we have an estimate of 8,656 breeding pairs. And while we conducted our puffin census, we also did our razorbill census using sort of the same methods. And we have an estimated 2,700 breeding pairs. Our last full puffin and razor census was done in 2019. And compared to those, our puffins they're both roughly the same. Our puffins are up maybe a couple hundred pairs from the 2019 census. And our razos are around the same, maybe like 40 or 30 pairs less than the 2019 census, but overall pretty similar. For razos, we had 99 burrows that were active with eggs and a hatch success of 0.64. The razor food supply this year was great, pretty consistent throughout the year. So that went well. Our fledge per egg rate was 0.47. We banded all of our sort of productivity chicks in the burrows that we were monitoring, plus an additional 100 something chicks to reach our permit limit of 150 razor chicks that we can band. So that was a lot of effort went into that, but it was pretty successful, and many of them were pretty large. Going back to puffins real quick, I will say that throughout the year, because the food turned around and we had a good supply for the season, our fledgers ended up being really heavy and really chunky. We were getting puffin fledglings around, I think, 300 grams or over, like 300 to 350. So their body condition compared to the last couple of years was a lot better this year when they fledged. So that's good news overall. We did a full MER census on the island as well. The last one was in 2022. So it was good to do a full one this year and compare. We had a total of 1,137 nests, and that was split up between sort of 775 chicks, 362 eggs. And that's up from 996 nests in 2022. So their population is growing steadily and rapidly, and their food supply this year was great as well. Many chicks fledged, and we're seeing fledging with the adults during our sort of chick provisioning stints in late June, early July. So that all went well. If you go to the next slide. Okay, so yeah, for the food, we ended up doing 155 cumulative feed watch hours for our puffins, 83.1 for the razos, and 79.9 for the MERS. Because the Arctic terns almost had full abandonment this year on the island, there was just no chicks to monitor, even outside of sort of the nest that we monitor for our productivity. There was very little, like maybe saw sort of 2 chicks hatch, but were shortly sort of disappeared pretty soon after. So there was no adults to monitor, no chicks to monitor and their diet, so we just don't have any information for this year. For our puffins, the diet comprised primarily of haddock and sand lance, and that was pretty consistent from mid-June all the way till the end of the season in August. There's a little typo here. It was 11% herring, not hake. I think we only had like 3 point something percent hake this year. And then 11% of it was larval fish. And as I said before, in the early parts of the season when the food was really bad and we were seeing a lot of puffin chicks die, we were seeing a lot of sort of euphosids, larval fish. We even had some deliveries of earthworms, so it sort of signifies that poor diet early on. The razos had pretty good chick provisioning this year, 29% herring, 80% redfish, some sand lance, and some hake. We found a lot less dead razo chicks than we did puffin chicks. Most of them did really well, got to fledgling size, and were in great body condition. And then the MERS also, their food supply was really well. They were bringing in some large herring, almost a size that was kind of comical to picture a chick eating that. 42% herring, 10% rosefish, some rock eel, and haddock. And then some other things I'll mention, stuff that we did on the island. we had a good number of special projects, some GLS tagging, some blood sampling. We also used eye buttons in puffin burrows to record the temperature in those burrows. And then referring back to what I think it was Matinic, somebody said of puffins relaying. Early on in the season, we did take 16 puffin eggs from burrows in collaboration with Environment and Climate Change Canada to do some contaminant work. And then in at least 2 of those burrows, we did have confirmed sort of relaying where we rubbed the adults when we took the eggs, banded them, and then found those same adults with a new egg in those burrows. So that was pretty interesting to see. And then a couple more additional things on MSI. We found one raiso with some unique plumage that we hadn't seen before. I have, I don't have pictures on the slide, but I have pictures sort of on my own laptop. If anybody wants to see, I can share my screen. That was pretty unique, and we were able to capture that raiso and bandit. So hopefully it'll come back the following years, and we can see if that plumage is going to sort of stay the way it is or how it's going to change. We also found one chick with a deformed wing. I also have pictures of that. So the right wing was totally normal, and the left wing was kind of just a stump. It didn't grow. It was just like a little sort of bone, just like a miniature wing. It was kind of interesting, and I don't think we had ever seen that before on the island. And then not as cool, but we did see a razor chick with some interesting, or sorry, a puffin chick with some interesting webbing on its feet and its nail, like its claw. We had sort of its regular black nail on the feet, and then the middle nail was sort of this white color, which I also haven't really seen too frequently, but was kind of interesting. So a few interesting things that we were able to see on the island that was pretty cool to take note of. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thanks.
All right, thanks. All right, thanks. All right, thanks. All right.
We're gonna try
We're
a
gonna
question
try a
here.
question here.
Can you turn that on? Think it's off.
Think it's off. Think it's off. Think it's off. Think it's off.
No, I don't know. It's red, so it's probably off.
I think we're gonna forego questions.
Yeah, the question can also be typed in the chat, and I can give out an answer if that's easier.
All right. Yeah, okay. We're still working on our transitions from in-person to virtual. We're ready for someone from Nova Scotia. Do we have someone online?
Yes.
And that we're gonna have to hear them.
Okay, so however you did it before to get her on,
Yeah.
we pulled this off.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Hi, Daphne, it's Julie. I can hear
Hi.
you.
Okay, perfect. If you guys want to move on to the next slide.
Awesome. All right. So my name is Daphne, and I've been a research assistant with North Brother Island for the past 2 years. So this year we did our census on June 10th, and we had a total of 579 nests on the island, which is about 150 less nests than we had last year. The biggest drop was notably seen with the common terns. Despite this and the fact that we didn't measure fledging success, it was the best year since 2022. Considering the past 2 years, there's been a lot of chick mortality, and we're not quite sure why. So for the common tern nests, we had 480 with a hatching success of 0.64 and an average clutch size of 195. And then for the Arctic terns, we had 31 nests, which is half of what we saw last year, and a hatching success of 0.6 with an average clutch size of 1.48. For the common and the Arctic terns, we monitored 30 nests through the season. And for the roseate terns, we monitored all the nests. So during the census, we
Hey, Daphne, I think you're muted.
Oh my goodness. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, just fine.
Okay. Okay. What was the last thing you guys heard?
You had mentioned how the decline was principally linked to a decline in number of common tern nests, and then we sort of lost you after that.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, but despite the fact that we've seen a lot less common terns, it was the best year we've seen since 2022, because the past 2 years there's been a lot of chick mortality for kind of an unknown reason. So we had 480 common tern nests with a hatching success of 0.64 and an average clutch size of 195. And then for Arctic terns, we had 31 nests, which is about half of what we saw last year, with a hatching success of 0.6 and an average clutch size of 148. For the common and the Arctic terns, we followed 30 nests through the season. And then for the roseate nests, we followed all of them all through the season. So during the census, we counted 68 nests. And then at the end of the season, there were 76, which is the highest count of roseate terns on the island in 20 years. And then the hatching success was 0.77 and the average clutch size was of 133. The majority of Canadian roseate breeding is now happening on our island with this high number of nests. Some quick notes on predation. We did lose a handful of roseate and common terns to an unknown predator. We set up trail cams and traps for rats and minks, but then after about a week of predation, we didn't catch anything and the event stopped. We also had some peregrine falcons, some gulls, and then a northern harrier was our most common visitor who managed to grab a few chicks. You can move on to the next slide. So prey brought to the colony that we saw through directional observations from a permanent blind on the island. There was an increase in herring this year from 2024, with about half of the feedings that we saw being herring. There was a drop in hake and an increase in sand lance. The herring and hake numbers are possibly higher. We just had some unidentified fish, but probably herring and hake as well in there. There was a wave of butterfish around the end of the season, though most of it we found dropped on the island instead of actually getting fed to chicks. And then we managed to grab poop samples from 40 roseate and 40 common tern chicks that have been sent in for genetic analysis, which will be interesting to see. And we also managed to capture 10 adult and 8 common tern nests to tag them with GPSs for foraging and migration tracking. That's pretty much it if there are any questions. All right, thank you.
All right. We are grateful for that report. And do we have a separate Country Island report? I don't think so. Oh, maybe we do. Is there anyone online to speak to Country Island this season?
I'm not sure if you're online.
Hi, John. It's Julie McKnight. I don't have a full report. I do know that they had four
Okay.
pair of
All
four
right,
pair
then
of
hook
roseate
hook
terns
you
there.
back up to get the speaker going. Good. And I'll take over again. Yeah. All right. I don't see anyone coming forward to speak to Country Island. So again, these numbers will be in the GOMSWG report. And I think we'll conclude our morning session with that. We'll do some work over lunch to try and smooth our transitions from in-person to virtual presentations, but we'll reconvene at 1:30. Yeah. I think we'll go ahead and sign off for folks who are here virtually. And we'll see you again at 1:30. Okay. We are about ready to start our afternoon session, which is focused on project reports, special research projects, and that sort of thing. We have a mix of in-person and online presenters. Kind of same protocol. We've modified the tech. We'll see if we're any more successful this afternoon, transitioning between in-person and online. Wish us luck. And we can go ahead and get started. I guess, could someone online give us a thumbs up just to make sure they're hearing me okay?
Yes, we got it.
All right.
Oh.
Excellent. That's already progress. Okay, our first talk is Ben Becker, who has worked very hard on some non-lethal approaches to night heron predation at tern colonies. And I'll turn it over to Ben.
Thank you, Don. Hi, everybody. Thank you. My name is Ben Becker. I've worked with, I've worked against black crown night herons for 4 years on Stratton Island and Jenny Island. So with this project or this presentation, I'd like to give like a history of black crown night heron work on Stratton Island, also with terns, and then a little bit of history there. And then I'll dive into what I did this year with my project. But before I get into that, Tracy Faber would like me to mention that on Matinicus Rock this year, there was the project Gulf of Maine's first or oldest breeding puffin at 36 years old. Confirmed. All right, so here's an introduction for Stratton Island and its history of black crown night herons. So tern restoration first began on Stratton Island in 1986. It has since become home to 4 species of tern, common, roseate, arctic, and least. Least terns are state endangered, roseate terns are federally endangered species. But the unique thing about Stratton Island, it's the only island that I believe is like this. It has a large heron colony that's full of egrets, glossy ibis, and also black-crowned night herons. And black-crowned night herons, specifically on Stratton, have decreased from 59 nests in 1986 to just 3 in 2024. They also breed on nearby Bluff Island, and there's slightly more nests out there, but it's still minimal. There's only 7 found last year. Meanwhile, tern numbers have increased to the second highest ever this year of 1,600.
I've got to interrupt. Sorry, got to change the share. Okay, apologies.
All right. To 1,637 commons this year, 107 roseate, and 90 least terns in 2025. So here's a little life history for a black-crowned night heron. So it's a small heron, medium-sized heron, only about 24 inches long, or 44-inch wingspan. They're a nocturnal predator, so they live in aquatic environments like most wading birds, feeding on fish, frogs, small mammals, and bird chicks. But the unique thing about them is that they often specialize in catching one variety of prey. So studies have confirmed in the past that an individual will sort of direct its hunting efforts into one style of hunting. Sometimes they catch only duck chicks, like on Stratton, they only catch tern chicks. So despite there being anywhere from 5 to 10 nests a season on Stratton and Bluff, that's about 20 individual adults. There'll usually only be 1 or 2 individuals that actively predate the least tern colony. The rest head towards the mainland and do other things. And they raise about 1 to 4 chicks per year. So the problem that we run into with black-crowned night herons, specifically on Stratton Island and also on other islands as well, other tern colonies, is in Maine, they're listed as an endangered species. So like I mentioned before, they've experienced pretty rapid decline. And according to the Maine Department of Inland Fisheries, they've declined 46% from just 2006 to 2014. And there are only 4 islands in the Gulf of Maine that they nest on currently. But what we run into the conflict is that they're also persisting predator nesting terns on the same island that they inhabit, which also include equally state endangered least terns and also the federally endangered roseate tern. So what they do when they predate nesting terns is typically on Stratton, we'll have 1 to 2 individuals that predate the colony per year. This doesn't happen every year, but during the last 10 years or so, that's been more often than not in the case of black-crowned night herons. So like I mentioned, despite having 10 to 40 individual black-crowned night herons at a time in the history of Stratton, only 1 to 2 typically show up to predate the terns. And they do predate pretty much all the tern species on Stratton. These terns, however, are the smallest and therefore they get it the worst. With common terns and roseate terns, they usually only get them as they're a small chick because black-crowned night herons are small themselves. They can't really fit a whole fledgling tern down its throat. They will actively kill those chicks, but not eat them. If they can't eat them, usually we find that they give up in hunting the colony after a few nights of not finding any smaller chicks. But leastern chicks remain bite-sized their whole life. So here's a picture down there on the right of a leastern chick, unfortunately getting predated. And on Stratton Island, like mentioned earlier today, they rarely have productivity levels above 0.2. So despite having the largest leastern colony in the state of Maine, it is kind of a population sink. Not always, but more often than not, especially during the last 10 years, they have not done well. And a lot of that's attributed to black-crowned night herons, or at least partially due to them. So how a black-crowned night heron hunts is that they will not typically be active during the day. They will hunt at night. And we've noticed that they start around 9, usually past twilight or just as the sun is going down. And then this continues all the way through the night, all the way into the morning. And that is because they're not only just feeding themselves, they're feeding a large nest full of chicks. And if there's a large ready available food source right next to their nest, why would they not go for that? And the thing about nesting terns is that during the day, they're very good at defending their nests from predators, especially birds like black-crowned night herons. But during nighttime, they can't see, and therefore they can't really do anything about it. So they do not have any defenses at night. So the project has a very long and storied history, specifically with Stratton Island trying to deter away black-crowned night herons non-lethally, which is the goal because they are also state endangered species. So many things have been tried. In 1990 and 1991, they used strobe lights, and I think hearing from Steve is that this actually caused the Coast Guard to come investigate the island because they thought maybe there's something fishy going out there with drug running. It was not. It was just trying to deter black-crowned night heron. Some live traps were done in the early 90s. Box trap baited with chicken, noose nets around tern chicks, treadle trap baited with chicken, live ducks, dead tern chicks, and abandoned nests. Bone net baited with tern chick tape. Trap baited with gold chick placed under a black-crowned night heron nest. A large walk-in trap with electronic closure, like you see with, I think, with hogs, trapping hogs, invasive hogs like that. And that was not successful. 1992 fake tern nest, and they were hoping to bait early and deter, which did not have success. They used quail eggs and dead quail chicks. They used a robot chick, and that was not successful. 92, they covered the nest plots with netting, and I think it caused some tern nests to fail, so that was not successful. This is an interesting one. In 1992 to 1994, they used taste aversion using carbachol, which is a chemical that's used to invoke regurgitation. And they glue that to in gel cap form to turn in quail chick belly feathers and their bands. What they actually found was that the individual night heron would learn that this was the case, and it would kill a chick and bring the chick to the water where it could rinse the gel cap off and then proceed to swallow the chick with no problem. Very smart creatures. In 2017, night guard predator deterrent. So these are lights, and they did not show success. Solar powered lights that are said to deter foxes and owls. Playing black-crowned night heron alarm calls, which there was a paper published, I believe, in the 90s, and they used a form of this using black-crowned night heron alarm calls at a fish hatchery. It did show some success, but it did not show success on Jenny because when it was played, it disturbed the nesting terns more than the night heron, which did not seem to be phased. And then in 2024, we used solar garden lights, and those did not show success. And they were placed around specific nesting sites. And then we also have tried lethal methods. So what do we use? Gun, successful. So using a night vision rifle, researchers would conduct stints in a blind at night and wait for the night heron to show up and then take it lethally. In years that this has been done, in the 80s, 90s, 2002, 2003, a lot of night herons that year. 2010 to 2011, 2015 to 2017, 2023, and then 2024. However, lethal control, it's a finite method. You're not going to get that black-crowned night heron back, and it is a state endangered bird. And if it is predating tern chicks in the colony, it has a nest of 1 to 4 chicks itself. And without the help of that parent, those chicks do not have a very good chance of survival. So it's a last-ditch method that's used only after non-lethal methods have been exhausted. So here's a history for just the productivity rate of lease terms throughout the years. We've annotated where black-crowned night heron predation was witnessed on those specific years. So you can see going back to 2015, it's been pretty prevalent. 2020 lease terns did not nest on Stratton. For some reason in 2020, nobody was going to the beach, so they all nested on the mainland. But for the large majority of the past 10 years, they've not really had a productivity level above 0.25. So I've worked with worked against black-crowned night herons for the past 4 years, and the biggest, pain in the butt that I've experienced working with them is that if you want to try and deter it away from a specific part of the colony, you can do that, but only if you wait inside of a blind next to that colony all the way until midnight or 1 in the morning. and then the rest of the whole island is left uncovered or undefended, and you're just stuck in this one blind that's uncomfortable and it's late and you just want to be doing something else. And then the black-crowned night heron just comes back into the colony after you go to bed anyway. So at the very least, I was looking for a way to make that easier, make it an easier burden on researchers going out to try and defend the colony. And I came up with this method. This is a floodlight system that's placed on a stand and it's battery powered, and it's also remote activated. So you can use this remote anywhere on the island. If it's a small island, you can point it at the light system. If you hear a disturbance in the colony, and the terns will be loud, you can hear it, at least with the large terns. And then hopefully the idea would be that this very bright light system would either flash bang the night heron, and its night sensitive eyes would be totally overwhelmed by the light and it would flush, or it would just be spooked and just not want to come back. So here's an image of how bright it is. So these lights are the type of just simple off-roading lights that you can mount on a Jeep or something. They're very bright. It's about 6,000 lumens, 6,000 K light, which is like if they say if you look at a 6,000 K light, if you look at it too long, it can cause eye damage. So it's very, very bright, very white light. And then this is how far it reaches. So here are the components. So you have a 6,000 12-volt floodlight. You can put as many as you want on the system as long as the battery load can handle it. Here's the remote receiver in the center. This is very simple. It's just 40 amps. You can get different versions of this receiver, but I wanted 40 amps because these lights have a 10 amp load. And 40 amp load is the max that you can have with 4 lights, 4 of these style lights on it. They run in a 12-volt system, so you can just plug it right into a battery on the right there. It's DC, and then you run that up into the receiver or into the relay, and then you can hit this remote, which has a 328-foot range. So you can activate it pretty much anywhere as long as you have a clear line of sight in an island like Stratton. And then I had this idea to put these small mirrors out on stakes, kind of like an auditorium style lineup. So they would be at the very edge of the distance of these lights. So if the light's hitting these mirrors, you could potentially reflect it back and just intensify the light, or hit the night heron from the other side. So we used it. We used it from the month of halfway through June all the way through halfway July. And what we did was we wait for the night heron to make a sound or send the terns up in an uproar when it approached them in the colony. And then we'd be like, oh, there's one out there, better hit the remote. We'd go and we hit the remote, and then we'd observe to see if the night heron would flush, and then also how long it would take the terns to return back to their nest after flushing themselves. And it did not affect the terns that much. So we tried it with common terns first, and the common terns were not fazed by it once it was turned off, and they just simply returned back to their nest. And then we were like, okay, it works with the common terns, let's move it to the least terns. And it did the same thing with them. They were not totally fazed by it as well. So they returned back to their nest. And we used this first with the least tern colony. And it was effective to begin with. We'd hear the night heron approach the least terns. The least terns would start freaking out. We'd hear that, we'd hit the switch. And then we'd listen again, it would be calm. We'd be like, okay, this is working. But we only had one system because we were just trying it out. So we left it in the least tern colony. However, the black-crowned night heron eventually started predating other birds on the island, and it was going after we noticed that it was going after roseate terns. So we're like, okay, this is showing some success with least terns. Could we build another one and put it into the roseate tern colony? And so we did. And this one started working. We did not see signs of predation after putting it in the roseate tern colony. So the black-crowned night heron would typically show up in one of these colonies with the lights. We'd hit it, and then it would not return in the same night, or return at least one more time. However, it did not return for the rest of the night. It would come back again the next night, or maybe a few nights later, but you just have to be vigilant and just be there ready for it. So here are some successes and shortcomings. Actually, let me continue with this. Eventually, the light system in the least tern colony either ran out of battery, or the black-crowned night heron got used to the light effects in the least terns, or a mixture of both. And it did not work up until a point. So on July 4th, around that time, we noticed that the black-crowned night heron was still going into the colony, predating the least terns. Also, the limiting factor is that after a researcher goes to bed, that still leaves the colony open and the black-crowned night heron can still come in. So any detection that might have happened after a researcher has gone to bed was not happening, especially in the least tern colony, because they're not as loud as common terns when they're going in an uproar. So here are some successes and shortcomings. So it did work every time it was activated in the large tern colonies. So either the black-crowned night heron was more afraid of the larger terns because roseate and common terns are more prone to actually strike the night heron when they can see it. So either the terns were actively hitting it or the night heron was afraid that it would be hit in those colonies. It would avoid those more from what we've seen. So yeah, it protected the roseate colony. So the signs of predation ceased once we started using the light system out there. It is lightweight and inexpensive, and it covers a large area. So the total cost of this system was $200 to $300. The most expensive part being the battery, but the thing about that is that if you have an old battery that doesn't have the cranking amps available to start a car or something, but still can power a light system, you can use that. So that cuts out some of that cost. And it also covers about a 50-meter distance in one direction. And the remote range is pretty far, so we can activate it very far without having to trudge through areas of the colony and just run back and forth like we used to have to do. And it can be placed in hard-to-reach locations. So on Stratton Island, there's a smaller island called Little Stratton, which does have some nesting roseate and common terns on it, and that's where the black-crowned night heron was hitting first. So you could think about this potential for this system to be placed out there, where you can't really go out at night because it's blocked off by water. It would be unsafe for a researcher to go out there, but if you could just hit a button and activate something out there, that could potentially be a benefit. And it does not disturb nesting terns, but there are some shortcomings. So it eventually became ineffective in the least tern colony. So either the black-crowned night heron became acclimated to the light, or the battery ran out of power, or a mixture of both. It still does not take away the human factor, so that's the biggest drawback. After we need to get some sleep, the black-crowned night heron has free reign. However, a system like this still cuts the active time that the black-crowned night heron is hunting in the colony in half, at least as long as they're willing to go without sleep. The battery can become drained, so it needs a recharge. You need the right electrical setup on the island, or you just need multiple batteries. And it cannot be used in inclement weather, so you probably would not want to use this to knock terns off of their nest in the rain. And if you want to use this on a larger island or an unstaffed island, that's going to be a little bit more difficult. However, I was thinking of some potential improvements. Can this device be made so it doesn't need human activation? What can we do with that? Can it be activated by motion? Can the individual black-crowned night heron be caught and given a mechanism that triggers a light, like a dog running into an invisible fence? Can it be activated by sound? So would a decibel level of an alarm tern colony set this off? Or to be more precise, would a sonogram of tern alarms be more effective? Because with a decibel level, maybe a thunderstorm might set it off, which would not be good. And can it be deployed with a solar charger that would remove the limitation of needing to be recharged and replaced? Can it be combined with other methods to increase efficacy? So many of those other methods that I mentioned earlier that were tried that were unsuccessful, maybe those combined with this or them all combined together could create maybe a better effect. And then can multiple devices be deployed so that it eventually covers the entirety of the colony? That might be a little bit bold, but I think it's worth a try. So the technology for this definitely exists. It's just a matter of how far you're willing to try and go for it. And I definitely think it's worthwhile. I forgot to mention, there's different lighting methods show better success, i.e. a strobe, and maybe hopefully not call the Coast Guard with that. So yeah, that's my little presentation. It was a bit of a passion project. But I'd still like to thank the National Audubon Society and also thank my hardworking crew of Stratton Island for staying up all the way until 1 in the morning every night to try and stop this guy. And if anybody would like to use this themselves or have any questions, there's my contact info, and feel free to improve on it if you'd like. So that's what I have.
We have time for maybe one question.
Oh, I can hear you. Yeah.
Either because it stopped working or because we got the light. But I'm trying to understand, are the herons responding to the light itself or to being startled by a light turning on? And I think a lot of your potential improvements are really great and really get this point better. But I'm just wondering, at a very basic level, just having lights on all night, do what you're trying to do, or is that where you say maybe they become acclimated and they just don't really care anymore?
Right. So that's a good question. So the question was, is the night heron getting acclimated to the light itself? Is if the light is the direct result? Or is it more so, I guess, the presence of the larger terns in the colony? Or some other factor besides the light?
Is it the light or is it the triggering of the light?
Oh, I see.
The surprise that something has happened.
Yeah. Yeah, is it the light itself or the triggering the light? That's a good question. I don't know for sure about that. It appears at the start it was just unused to a sudden light flash being hit towards it. But then I guess as it got more used to it, it would hang around just a little bit longer. And I think that's what caused it to become used to the least turns. But we didn't really see that with the larger turns as well. So it could be the potential of just the light being on longer. So I think if the light was just left on all night, we'd see something similar to when I mentioned earlier there were garden lights placed out there. They didn't really have an effect on it, even though it's good light. Really could not see beyond its night vision. Yes. Yeah.
Great.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Okay, we will transition to our next talk. All right.
Well, thanks again.
I need to share that. Sorry.
Okay, thanks, Don. Yeah, I'll reintroduce myself in the same capacity, but a little bit different. I'm going to read this title first, then summarize it in a couple quick words, just to get that out of the way. Assessing pre- and post-spill PFAS exposure in common niters and bald eagles following the August 2024 Brunswick Naval Air Station fire foam suppression spill. So that's the title of the project that we had put in for some funding. But basically what that means is, I'm sure folks know what PFAS is, and I'll go through that a little bit. And disclaimer, I'm not a PFAS biologist by any means. And this is a ongoing learning process for me, and I think a lot of people, especially in the wildlife world. So, but basically what that title is saying is we had some data before August 2024 on some eiders, eagles, and some osprey, blood plasma, eggs, and then there was this spill on this day. We had data from downstream, and now we decided to collect data post-spill and make a comparison. So this is just the introductory. We're still waiting on results for the 2025 season, but again, Kelsey Sullivan. I'm Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. I'm the waterfowl biologist, along with a bunch of other stuff. And Danielle over here with me, she's in the bird group, but we try to represent seabirds where we can. You'll notice at the bottom, Maine Department of Inland Fisheries and quote unquote all wildlife, not just inland wildlife, but people know that, but I just point that out that seabirds, marine birds are considered wildlife. And let's see.
Sorry. Just need to click that should then work. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so just we'll set the stage. And I'm missing. Well, anyway. Up above, you can't see it, but should say fire foam spill. August 19th, 2024. So a year ago, coming up in 4 days. At the Brunswick Naval Air Station, currently now Brunswick Airport, there was fire suppression system failure. And then within that failure, within a hangar, 1,450 gallons of AFF, aqueous film forming foam, mixing. So when you're having this foam, it ought to disperse it. You mix it with 50,000 gallons of water. So when you think about the spill, it's not just the 1,450, it's 51,450 gallons of this foam that has PFAS in it. And I'll get into what PFAS is as much as I can understand right now. But and I'll show a map. Actually, this is a good segue, but I'll cover the map in a minute. But that website there is the DEP site, which has all the information that you ever want about what happened, press releases from start to the most recent one, which I think is probably December of 2024, maybe even after that. But there's also information about sampling and risk and contamination for humans and wildlife, and et cetera. So if this sparks your interest and you want to learn more about PFAS in this specific event, go to that website and that'll be shared in the minutes. But so we had this spill. It was unfortunate, but we have pre-data, and then we decided to collect post-data in that specific area. So here's the map. This is geographically more helpful, but you'll see on your left would be down the corner Portsmouth. So this is basically the half of the coast of Maine from Portsmouth, New Hampshire, east Penobscot Bay. And you can see we've got Jenny Island, which is a Turn Island, Hog Island, which is where we are right now. And then the blow up here on the right-hand corner, that's the air base. And above that to the north is the Androscoggin River. And below that is basically the start of the Casco Bay, Harpswell Cove. And so when the spill happened, there was release of PFAS, this AFF foam, into both water bodies. And this is what it looks like. This is the foam in the spread mixed with that 50,000 gallons of water. Okay, so I'm going to butcher this because I am not a PFAS biologist by any means, but I'll read per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, AKA. And just for some background, I expect a lot of people are aware of PFAS and what it is, but it's a product that's used in a lot of consumer products. Teflon is a great example. And what it does is it doesn't bond with anything else. So if you cook in a Teflon pan, it's easy to clean. So unfortunately, it's harmful. So, and it's used in a lot of different products. And I think we're understanding, and we have over time, that it's not good. So if you buy a skillet now, don't buy it with Teflon, because the other issue is that PFAS doesn't break down. So that's why they call it forever. It's always going to be in the environment. And there's definitely some negative effects. So this is just a schematic of the system. Industry makes products, they go into our market, people use them, they don't break down, they get into the wastewater, and basically they are within us forever. What that means is still being developed and understood, but this is a good example of, and when I say understood, human health impacts, there's definitely good information on, and then you see in the bold, which is hard to tell, but there's a high certainty that there's negative effects of PFAS on these systems in the human body. So, for example, reduced response to vaccines is pretty well understood and agreed upon that PFAS compromises immune systems if it's in your system. And at what levels, it all matters on what levels are in your system. Liver damage, kidney cancer, all tied back to PFAS in some studies, in some people. So keep that in mind. So then, how that applies to our world, in the wildlife world, you'd expect that if there's negative effects on digestive system and reproduction in us, that I would expect, and I think we all do, is that if there's concentrations in wildlife, that there's going to be some negative effects. So we want to address that, or at least monitor that. And like I said, it's developing over time, the literature, the understanding, but really it's all pointing to something bad, is the take home. And then we can see in aquatic birds, loons, bald eagles, common eiders, we expect and do see higher concentrations, top-down effect predators. I think that's still trying to be understood, but it's within fish systems and water systems, whereas in the lower concentration non-aquatic birds, it's not spread as readily. They are top predators, of course, peregrine falcons and kestrels, but there is that relationship with aquatic birds, our birds that we all research and monitor. And then you, as expect, the longer you live, the higher concentrations you accumulate. So adults have a higher level of PFAS than juveniles. And then male and female, I'd have to think about that one a little more, but likely, well, I won't get into that. But and then when you hear PFAS, PFAS, that is the like 2000 compound PFAS world, and PFOS and PFOA are the two that are in the products that we use that are likely in our wastewater system. So two of the many thousands are these two, PFOS and PFOA.
Sorry. Just keep going.
Keep going. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so getting back to the story, because this is really just a story. And I referenced that website. The EP has a website, and this shows you all the sampling that has been done. You'll see on the right-hand side, these are sampling stations for domestic water, fish sampling, marine biota, which doesn't include aquatic bird species. So that's not included here. But if you go to this website, you can go on to each of those blue circles and look up what the results were of the last test. And it will show you, I have a couple examples. Maybe I don't. There we go. Okay, so I'll try to walk you through this one because this is a new one to me as of last week. I was trying to find good examples of results from those sampling stations that I showed you in the previous slide, which I'll show you again down here. This red circle is surface water sampling, I think, for Harpswell Cove. So that's downstream of the spill. And then the top red line is the acute criterion. And what that means is short-term, the level of short-term exposure that you'd expect some sort of negative effect. So red line at the top is bad, right? The red line at the bottom, the longer dashes, is the long-term exposure criterion or chronic criterion. So, and what that means is if there's PFAS in the system above the bottom red line, then you can expect that that's going to start to negatively affect humans. So that's a human perspective. For wildlife, I think the graph is still being developed. We don't really understand, but like I said, it's a new world that we're exploring. So this one is the sampling station below that in Harpswell Cove. And this is a marine fish, shellfish sample. So on the right, it shows soft shell clams. So, and I should have given you the timeline, but on the left is September 9th, 2024. The level of PFOS, so that one compound in those 2000s, was well above the PFOS fish tissue action level. So basically, if your PFOS is below that red line, you can eat fish and you're okay. If it's above that line, you should be careful and probably not eat the fish that are in that system. So just keep that in mind. And I will note that by September 23rd, 2024, we're approaching that red line and likely it's dissipating within soft-shell clams at that sample station. So, and then this is a kind of a heartening slide, there is no red line because it's way up here. So this is surface water sampling of the Androscoggin River right after the spill in August 2024. And then by September 22nd, you're also seeing a decline in PFAS. And like I said, the good message is that nowhere near the red line and the Androscoggin River for surface water samples. So there's a lot of different sampling, soft shell clams, surface water, sewage water, but none of this is showing anything on wildlife yet. I think you're probably catching. Okay, so back to my story, how I'm involved. So with Biodiversity Research Institute and our department, we had done some work on eider's telemetry study, looking at duckling survival in the watershed below the naval station in 2024. So we had pre-spill data, and it's a classic before and after opportunity. So what does PFAS look like before this spill? What does it look like after within this watershed? So we set up a study design to sample. And so, like I said, we had data from 2024 on blood, plasma, and eggs, limited sample. And then also VRI's been archiving samples for eagles, osprey, and eiders over the last few years. So there's this pretty stable, pretty rich pre-spilled data set that we have to look at. The other cool thing that BRI is doing is, I'm sure there are some representatives and folks that are working for BRI. They have a lot of experience with contamination assessment, especially mercury, toxic chemicals. Before the spill happened, they were developing this analysis system. It's expensive. It's $500 a sample to analyze for PFAS, but they had sent some folks down to EPA, North Carolina, to get trained on this. They use a mass spectrometer, and that's how they process a sample. And then they're going through this analysis, but BRI is looking to increase their capacity to continue sampling in Maine. So they're going through the efforts to train people to do it. So that's another opportunity to kind of look at this issue. Okay, so now getting back to the field work that we did. This is 2025. You can see the Jenny Island polygon there is the sort of the ground zero below the spill sample set. And so we had data 2024 and before. So 2025, we went back, caught eiders and eagles, sampled the eagles, drew blood and got blood plasma to look at comparison of pre and post. We also collected eggs in that area. And then we, like any good study, you don't want to just sample what you're focusing on. You want a reference site. So we chose Muscungus Bay, which is right here. And you can see Hog Island is my pin. That was our reference site. We had known numbers of eiders at different colonies from historical data that Audubon had, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has. So it was a good opportunity to have a reference site with good numbers. So that's why we chose that area. I don't have it specifically, but if you go directly south of my reference site sampling pin, we collected plasma from Ross Island, which is just at the bottom of that polygon, for both plasma and eggs. So just keep that in mind. The spill site, we had a half a dozen islands that we sampled from. So, and I do have numbers coming up in terms of sample size. Our method was floating mist nets, and I'll give you $100 if anybody can recognize the guy in the orange vest. You can tell me later. That's
Santa Claus.
there you go. Brad Allen, okay. Former and likely in spirit member of GOMSWG. So yeah, we set up floating mist nets adjacent to a nesting colony, and then intersect with capture birds flying in with decoys, and that was our capture method. BRI is really good at in-field sampling. Whether we have a cabin, which is Flag Island down in just south of Jenny Island. where they had a centrifuge and they were drawing samples and spinning blood and pulling plasma the day of, which was important in terms of, and I should probably, that's a whole nother thing with PFAS is how you handle your samples really affects your ability to detect what is really going on. Because if you touch a sample with an ungloved hand, you might have PFAS and you might contaminate the sample. So we were very diligent about minimizing our effect on what the sample was going to tell us. But anyway, so that tent there, just pretty good crew to get out there. They had centrifuge, we had a generator, and they were processing Insight. That's Marsh Island, which is just south of here as well, in Muscungus. And then the other thing we were interested in is eggs. So like I mentioned before, we had that study going on for eider duckling survival. When you capture a hen eider in early May, sometimes they drop an egg while you're processing them. BRI retained those eggs and has archived them. So we have this archived sample we can compare to. So we needed new eggs from this year to make the comparison. And instead of going out and recovering, or instead of taking active eggs, we thought we would try, because I had seen being out on the islands, and many people probably have, is that you'll come across an eider nest and there's one unhatched egg in a group of hatched eggs. So we thought we could probably get a good sample just by going post-hatch to each island and then trying to find eggs. We did pretty good. So this is a one unhatched egg in a clutch of 4 or 5. So it was a successful hatch, but except one egg was left over. So we collected that egg. The other part of the project, so I was really involved with the eider stuff mostly, but BRI has a long-term data set of blood plasma for eagles across the state. And so they would climb nesting trees and then sample eaglets at 5 to 8 weeks and pull blood from them and other samples. So that's our post-spill eagle sample. And then this just shows, there's 3 dots. Red is, actually I'll start at the top. Green is the eider sampling from 2025, so this past season. The purple or burgundy, I guess you could call it, are eagle sampling locations 2025 on the coast. And then you can see there's some good representation of the contaminated site, not so for uncontaminated for eagles, but there's a large statewide reference sample that we can look at. Then the red are eagles from 2015 to 2025, so a long-term data set there for blood plasma to look at PFAS and other contaminants. And then this is our eider sample. So 150 archived blood plasma samples from 2021 and 2024. A pretty good data set. And then we had 15 archived eggs from those hens laying eggs in hand. And then this current year, we had 82 samples from Casco Bay, 37 from Muscungus, and then we got a bunch of eggs. So looks like I should probably move along. Okay, so this is going to wrap it up. This is my last slide other than thank yous. And just take this with a quick grain of salt. This is the pre-sampling. And this shows, however, 10 different PFAS compounds in eider plasma from Casco Bay. So the next step is to take the data set from this year and look at if we see any changes or comparisons. And I'll leave with this. This is just a baseline effort. We're trying to establish a baseline for eiders and eagles, what PFAS is in general, and then what it was before a spill and after a spill. So there'll be another story, another day. And then just a quick thank you. A lot of people were involved. We're utilizing different facilities. Bowdoin College, if you're interested in this Coastal Studies Center, you should check it out. Town of Harpswell, Town of Round Pond, Maine Coastal Islands, National Wildlife Refuge. I reached out to Brian and asked for permission to go on to different islands if I needed to. Gave that. National Audubon, Don and Eric provided support. So yeah, big thank you. And then the field crews, there was a dozen people out on any given day. Then any other questions, feel free to follow up.
And we're going to move on. Okay, so Quinn is up next. I see you're showing your screen, so this will be a virtual presentation. So we'll shut this mic off. Okay. Quinn, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Perfect. I'm just looking for my presentation on the share screen.
Excellent. We're hearing you well. You should be able to share screen. I don't think I need to give you further permission to do that when you're ready.
Perfect.
All right.
Can you see that all right?
Yeah, we're seeing that okay.
Okay, awesome. So thanks for all coming together today. It's been great to hear some of the other research happening on other islands. I'm going to be giving a brief overview of the last component of my PhD research. I'm investigating the drivers of Atlantic puffin dispersal during both the emigration and immigration phases of dispersal. So I'm going to be giving kind of a very general overview of causal modeling as I'm using it, because I'm mostly interested in sharing the draft of my causal diagrams and getting some feedback. So my general research question for this chapter is what conditions are affecting both the emigration and immigration phases of Atlantic puffin natal dispersal? And I'll talk about what these two phases of dispersal look like in a second. And importantly, there are many things that could plausibly affect puffin dispersal. And so we're focusing on some specific conditions of interest. We've seen that cohorts of puffins from different islands, there's quite a bit of variability in the proportion that disperse. And so I'm interested in looking at what might be driving some of that between cohort variability. So I'm considering things like climate, specifically currently looking at the North Atlantic Oscillation, although I'm still figuring that out with someone here on campus. I'm interested in the effect of sea surface temperature, puffin diet, and breeding success. And just like there's many different potential causal factors for dispersal, there's also, factors that will be important in our study system versus other study systems. So I'm importantly only considering drivers that would be acting on puffins that hatched in the Gulf of Maine and Bay of Fundy from 2005 to 2017. So as I mentioned, there's different phases of dispersal. So we consider in the literature 3 different phases. So there's the emigration phase where a puffin is deciding to leave its natal island and begin its dispersal journey. Next, it has to transfer between different areas. So it could be moving through unsuitable habitat, the open ocean during overwintering, but it also can go through this transfer phase by prospecting or visiting breeding colonies prior to being of breeding settlement age. So it just is visiting that and gathering information. And then the final stage of this would be immigrating into a breeding colony successfully to breed there. And so each of these different phases could have different causal mechanisms, which is why I'm interested in investigating them separately. And importantly in puffins, since dispersal and recruitment into the system takes multiple years, puffins will have different information available to them at these different phases. So when a puffin's deciding to leave initially from its natal island and whether it's going to explore or not, it only has that initial hatch year data from its island. In contrast to when it's deciding where it wants to breed, it's going to have cumulative knowledge from all of those years of prospecting different islands. So for this research, I'm going to be focusing just on the emigration and immigration phases of dispersal. The research question for that first component for emigration is what might cause a puffin to seek out other potential breeding islands? Or more directly, was a puffin ever observed on another island prior to settling to breed? All puffins are migrating away over winter, as we know, but not all of them are going to necessarily be observed elsewhere. So this would be a binary outcome, whether a puffin is an explorer, whether they were observed on another island, or if they're a homebody and were only ever observed on their natal or hatch island. And so for this model, I'm only going to be considering those conditions that a puffin experienced in their hatch year and their hatch island, which is what it was available to those puffins when they were making those decisions. For the immigration phase of dispersal, the research question is what causes a puffin to settle to breed on a different island from where it hatched or to return to its hatched natal island? So again, we'll have a binary outcome, whether it dispersed to a new island to breed or if it was philopatric and returned to the same, to its hatch island to breed. And so now we have all of the conditions that a puffin experienced during its prospecting period. So we have one single outcome, dispersed or philopatric, but we have multiple years potentially of data that I need to summarize for that single outcome. So I'm currently considering taking the average of those conditions or potentially the variance, or also seeing if I can figure out a concise way to look at the conditions that they prospected relative to the conditions on their hatch island. Maybe it's a difference that makes it, that is important for dispersal decisions. For the interest of time today, I'm only going to be focusing on the causal diagram for this phase of dispersal. I'm using a structural causal model framework. So the general process for this method is to first graph the hypothesized causal relationships that are affecting those variables of interest. So as I mentioned at the beginning, that NAO, sea surface temperature, diet, and breeding success are the focal variables for me in this study and their effect on dispersal. So my causal graph will include the variables I think affect those variables and also dispersal. And once you have your causal graph, you're able to see what potential confounding variables are acting in your system. And so then, depending on your data availability, you may be able to causally isolate the pathways for those focal variables of interest. And the causal diagram itself is non-parametric. So once you have your graph and you've identified those causal pathways, you then decide on the statistical analysis that you think will best represent those relationships, with the ultimate goal of being able to estimate the causal effect of X on Y, or in one of our examples, the effect of diet on dispersal for each of those different variables of interest. So this is the phase I'm going to be talking about today. I'm going to be showing you my hypothesized causal relationship diagram, or a directed acyclic graph. So an important note for this graph is that the causal pathways can only go in one direction. So in this graph, you can see here, there's no bidirectional arrows. So that is a limiting factor for some things that you're considering. And this will help you identify variables that could potentially bias your causal estimates. So in this example graph here, the focal relationship would be the effect of C on F. And you can see that you've got a direct pathway from C to F, you have an indirect pathway through D. And it's important that you want to close all of those confounding paths, but you want to make sure all your causal paths are open, which is some nuance that I'm not going to go into currently today. So I'm hoping to get some input on the draft of my causal diagram. Some things that are important to consider for the graph is that whether or not all of the relevant variables affecting those focal relationships are included, whether or not all of the relevant causal pathways are included. So those would be the arrows on the diagram. And right now I'm really focusing on if I'm missing any common cause variables, which would be some other variable that would affect two or more variables in my diagram. So here is the current draft of my directed acyclic graph that I'm hypothesizing will affect just all the factors that I think will be relevant to my focal relationships to examine the drivers of dispersal. So on the far right of this diagram, you can see the circle DP. That would be if a bird is either dispersed or philopatric. So that's the outcome of interest. All of the causal variables are in these blue circles, and I've put red circles around my focal variables. I'm still kind of figuring out the different levels and what needs to be included on the kind of environmental side of things. So that's going to be in flux a bit. But as you can see here, I'm hypothesizing that breeding success, in this case, would be a signal to prospectors. So it's in a lot of the dispersal literature, there's some evidence that suggests that when an individual visits an area prior to settling to breed there, it's there to gather information. So if it sees a colony that's active, maybe there's a lot of fish coming in, so that would be that chick diet circle, or if there's a lot of high breeding success, those could be potential signals of habitat quality to birds when they're making their dispersal decisions. So there's a lot of environmental factors that I am hypothesizing will affect that chick diet, which will have a direct effect on dispersal. And also I'm hypothesizing that there would be an indirect effect through breeding success. So kind of the reason I'm presenting here today is, in addition to just sharing my progress, is also just to get input. I've done most of my research on Machias Seal Island, and so I understand that there's a lot of different things that can affect the other colonies more differently, especially considering the different like ocean climates that some of those islands are experiencing. Importantly, in my study, I'm including Eastern Egg Rock, Matinicus Rock, Seal Island, Petite Manan, and Machias Seal Island with their puffin colonies. So I'm really interested in hearing some input on the variables you think might be relevant that maybe I'm missing. Again, looking for variables that would affect 2 or more circles here in this diagram. So if something would affect chick diet and breeding success, for example, or something that would affect both chick diet and dispersal. And again, these are not necessarily just biological factors. I have fishing pressure in there, so this can also be anthropogenic effects. Really, it's a very broad perspective. And then also, these are my hypothesized causal pathways with each of these arrows. So I'm interested if I'm missing any potential links here. And then finally, my questions are, because of the diagram as it stands currently, there is predator presence is affecting both breeding success and dispersal. And so that could be something that I may need to include in my analysis. So I'm interested in hearing about if you're working on some of these other research islands or have access to the data, what data you might collect for predator presence. Ideally going back to 2005 so that I could include that here. And then the same with precipitation. I think we do all collect precipitation data on the island, so I'm just interested to hear more about what you all are doing on your islands and your input on this diagram. That's all I have to present because I'm hoping to maybe have some conversation. Thanks.
Thanks, Quinn. I think if someone had a short question or comment, Steve, do you want to come up and just so you'll be heard on the mic here?
Hi, Quinn. It's Steve Cross here. Great presentation. Lots of details which I couldn't see from where I was sitting, but I would think that colony size would be a very important consideration. A young puffin coming back and finding a small colony, that would indicate maybe the colony is not as attractive as a large colony. So bigger colonies probably grow faster by attracting more birds. The presence of lots of individuals would be really attractive, I would think, just socially. And the other thing is habitat assessment, visual habitat assessment, just the amount of rock crevices would indicate the amount of burrow availability. The prospecting period probably would reveal potential future burrows, and that information would be remembered, and the birds would go back and explore those sites more frequently if they were able to find some useful sites. Thanks, and great project. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I think we'll move on in the interest of time.
Yep, and I've got my
thanks,
email there,
Quinn,
so
and-
if anyone has thoughts or questions or wants to see the diagrams up close, feel free to let me know.
Yeah, that's an excellent, thanks for getting your email on several of those slides. That's great. Okay, Quinn, if you could quit sharing. I see Ian has come off mute. Ian, I think you could start sharing whenever you're ready.
All right. How does that look?
That looks outstanding. Yeah, take it away, Ian.
All right, thank you. My name's Ian Stenhouse. I'm the director of the Marine Bird Program at the Biodiversity Research Institute, known as BRI, that you heard Kelsey talk about a few minutes ago, based in Portland, Maine. I imagine it's an amazing day out on Hog Island. I'm sorry I'm not there with you. But just wanted to catch you up on some of the work we've been doing here at BRI. Now, wait a minute. I do have some notes that I want to see, so I'll just give me a second. You're definitely seeing my full screen slides, yes?
That's right, Ian. Yeah, it
Okay.
looks really good from here.
Great. Okay. So it's not moving on though, is it?
Still on your title slide here.
Well, why is that? I'm going to stop sharing for a second and see if I can figure out why that I'm not able to move on.
Okay.
Once
you share, you might mouse click on the presentation on the full screen slide, just to make sure your computer is paying attention to that and not Zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it moving through slides?
You're not sharing anymore. You have to
Yeah.
reshare.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. There we got your title slide again. And now it advanced.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Sorry for that. Well, some of you in the room will have heard either myself or my colleague, Kate Williams, talking about some digital aerial surveys that we carried out in the Gulf of Maine in some previous meetings. But I just wanted to catch you up on where we are with that project. So for those of you who are hearing about it for the first time, just briefly, in 2022, BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management and Diamond Offshore Wind, funded a series of 4 surveys in an area of the Gulf that you see here on the map. And these surveys took place over 1 year between the spring of 2023 and winter of 2024, across an area of over 6,600 square kilometers that was centered on the the main research array area, which is the sort of block you see in the middle of this map here. The survey design included 18 transects across the broader survey area. That's the lines in red here that are spaced 5 kilometers apart. And then 4 additional sort of shorter transects around the research array. They're in sort of dark blue or purple. And within that area, then the transects were 2.5 kilometers apart. And this overall design gave us greater than 10% coverage of the whole area. So in these aerial surveys is a small plane that carries a rig of 4 ultra high resolution video cameras. And they fly these lines back and forth, and they come back and bring a lot of data. And someone has to go through and examine every frame of video looking for wildlife or other objects. So this is just sort of a summary map, really, of a lot. I'm just quickly talking about these surveys and then move on to tell you about what we're doing with this data now. This is a map that includes sort of all birds in one single modeled prediction. And here we're showing median birds per kilometer squared in each of those sort of hexagonal grid cells that you can see there. For the 4 surveys, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And you can note that the winter panel scale, where I just drew that little red box, shows that scale was adjusted to accommodate a much higher maximum density values in that season. We had a lot of birds in the area in winter. Overall, and not surprisingly, these predicted densities tended to be highest near shore in spring and summer, and highest offshore in autumn and winter, especially in winter. Let's see. So in the last few months, we've been wrapping up this project. We've, as part of it, we've developed an online data portal for access to this survey data. We've submitted data to public databases, the Northwest Atlantic Seabird Catalog and OBIS CMAP. We've submitted the final report to BOEM. We did that in July. I have no idea what their timeline is for when that will ever see the light of day, or if, in fact, it will ever see the light of day. But we're working on a publication that's based on this data, so the data's out there, it's accessible, and we're hoping to get a publication out of it. So even if the report itself doesn't appear, then we will still be doing something with it. And so for anyone who's interested in this data, the online data portal I just mentioned, it looks like this. It's online. Anyone can view it, filter the survey data as they like. And it shows all of the layers, shows the transects, the survey area, the data itself, and also clipped images of each of the observations. So this example here happens to be the observations of razorbills across all surveys. It's just where I pulled up. And the wee sort of bird, the wee green bird icon that you can see there indicates a single observation, and the circles with numbers in it show multiple observations within that area. And so you can zoom in and out of this map and see this data for yourself. If you click on an image though, or a single observation, you end up getting a little box like this that shows some summary information about the location and the ID and a little cropped image. You can probably see yourself that this image is very dark. So down at the bottom there, you have brightness and contrast, which allow you to at least play with this image a little bit. You can lighten it up. And with that, you might just be able to tell that that's a razorbill. This particular methodology is difficult. Imagery varies in quality, shall we say, and it takes a very special type of biologist to sit and wade through this data and figure out what we're looking at. So, and then up in we're looking at the map here, obviously, but up in the corner there, just highlighted attributes. If you clicked up there on that, you could actually get the data behind your filtered observations that on the map that we're just looking at, and you can download that data directly in various formats. Okay, what else we got? Just to prove it exists, this is the data and what it looks like in OBIS CMAP. So it's another publicly available point for access to the data. So as I said, we're currently working on completing a manuscript that's based on this survey data, which I think is proving interesting, and I just wanted to sort of highlight that for you all. So in the manuscript, we are comparing the predicted densities from these local surveys I just described to you, from the predicted models, and the results from coast-wide regional survey models. So that's the models that are developed by Arliss Winship and others at NCOS, often referred to as the MDAT models. And they are used widely in risk assessments for offshore wind and other things along the Atlantic coast. So we wanted to sort of compare our simple snapshot local surveys with this much longer data set and see how they compared. So that regional data spans, the regional model rather spans the Western Atlantic continental shelf from Florida to Nova Scotia. It's a massive model, and was built using survey data collected between 1998 and 2020. and it sort of relies on relationships between seabird observations and environmental conditions in the areas surveyed to predict seabird densities across that whole area. So we're comparing the results of these two models in a couple of ways. I won't get into the statistics because I don't understand them, but the first way we look at this is by using spatial cross correlation analysis, which simply sort of compares both fine scale and broad scale patterns in both the density predictions in both of these models, the local and the regional one. And so these maps here just kind of show you the areas where the models match and mismatch. Here, yellow cells are areas where the local model predicts higher densities than the regional one. And the blue cells are areas where the regional, oh, sorry, I should click on these maps I'm talking about. The yellow areas are where the local model predicts higher densities than the regional, and blue cells are areas where the regional model predicts higher densities than the local one. So the other thing that we're looking at here is what we call center of gravity. So we're comparing the center of gravity between these predictions. So if you think of the study area as a plate or a tray, and that plate is thicker with in some areas where there's higher densities of birds, maybe you've got more food piled on the plate where there's higher density of birds, and then it's thinner where there are lower densities of birds. The center of gravity is where you need to sort of place your finger on the bottom of the plate if you wanted to balance it. So we're comparing these two models based on the center of gravity. So that's kind of an interesting analysis that I've never been involved before, and it's proving quite interesting. This figure then summarizes that center of gravity and comparison between the two models. What we're depicting here is the location of the center of gravity from the regional model from the local model relative to the regional model. So if you think of this graph here, then it's sort of simply as a compass, north, south, east, west. The bearing of the lines here indicate the direction of the shift between the centers of gravity, and the length of the lines indicate the magnitude of that shift. So for perfectly matched centers of gravity between the two models, say, a point would be right at the center here if the models matched up. But we found that the average absolute displacement was around 12 kilometers. And in general, what we see is the local models, the survey that we just carried out by digital aerial survey, tended to predict centers of bird distributions more eastward of the regional models. In other words, more offshore. I don't know exactly what that means, but it's interesting. So just in general, I've flown through this as a quick introduction to what we're doing, but I think there's a few general takeaways from this new analysis. Overall, we saw sort of weakly positive correlations in most species between the two models, but the patterns in the models were not particularly well matched overall. The differences in the centers of gravity we just looked at suggest that there may be real differences in spatial density between the models. Why they exist, not clear. Whether that's the result of just two very different model structures and different types of data, or whether it's indicative of actual changes in the ecosystem, we can't tell. I'm sure what it is safe to say, however, is that both local and regional data are important in broader risk assessment, and Obviously, we need a lot more offshore surveys in the Gulf of Maine, whether that's digital or otherwise. And happy to answer any questions if we have any.
Thanks, Ian. Any questions here on Hog Island? Yeah, Kelsey. Maybe come over a little closer just to make sure Ian can hear okay. Yeah.
Hey Ian, thanks for the presentation.
Of course, yeah. Good to hear your voice, Kelsey.
Yeah, you too. I was curious about out of 1,000 images or whatever you're looking at, what's the rate of use in terms of, did you lose 70% of what you collected, or were you able to use most of it for any given species?
Yeah, it's a good question. Overall, I'm just trying to think now. I think we had about a 94% successful ID rate in this data. So there were, some birds we couldn't identify. They just sort of were labeled bird, in the end. And then there's a few other wildlife species that we couldn't identify, sometimes just labeled marine mammal. But overall, yeah, about a 94% ID rate. So that's not necessarily all the way to species level. It might just be to taxonomic group, but we could identify it to at least to taxonomic group, and in most cases, right down to species. Is that your question?
Yeah, thank you. Perfect.
Thanks, Ian. Was there? Yeah. Richard.
Where's the mic?
You're fine.
Hi, Ian. Very interesting presentation. This is Richard Podolsky. Did your sample include like all activity behaviors, or did you look at just, for example, feeding birds for your analysis, or is it everything went in?
So yeah, that's everything went in, all birds. And in some cases, with this type of aerial survey, that plane is flying fast, but you do get, and it's a fast frame rate, but you do get about up to 8, an individual may appear in up to 8 frames of video. So that, but that's a fraction of a second in most cases. But sometimes there's enough movement in that to be able to identify whether a bird's feeding or behaving in a particular manner. So sometimes we do get behavioral state out of it too, but that includes birds flying and sitting in the water. So we just included all birds.
Do you think you might have seen a different pattern if, let's say, you were able to parse out just feeding individuals? Would that have told a different story, or do you think you would have had the same distribution pattern?
I think we would have. I'm trying to think if there's any good reason why it would have been any different. What do you suspect it would be?
You just asked him a question.
Sorry, what was that, Ian?
I'm just wondering why you might suspect it would be a different pattern.
Just, it might have helped explain some of the seasonal differences. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
All right. I guess we'll go ahead and move on. We're switching back to an in-person presentation now. And let's see. Make sure I pulled the right one. Okay, excellent. It will be tricky. It is cool to see the cameras. I can't put the slideshow up. I'll go through the slides. What do you want to do?
I just found out about laptop because I have a video.
Oh my God. I'm not sure we're really capable of that level of complexity. We'll see. Okay, take it away.
I think we just have to turn the mic back on.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. That should work. Let's test it.
Hello.
Yes.
Can everyone hear me okay? Yes. People in the back, I would take out your binos. I always forget how small these screens are. Hi, I'm Kay. I'm a rising fifth-year PhD candidate at the University of California, Davis in the graduate group of ecology. I had the privilege of coming out here to stay on the Tinnitus for a few weeks. But before that, I was a graduate student working on Stratton. And then before that, I was a tech for the project. So I'm happy to be back. But today I'm going to talk a little bit about updates for my grad research and where I plan to go from here. But before I start, I just want to point out that this amazing photo of turn-on-turn violence was taken by Caitlin Shelton, and it's a great photo. Switching slides. So my dissertation is all about behavior, and the first thing I want to do is convince everyone why behavior and studying it is important. So I think we hopefully may all agree that managing the space in which seabirds breed is one of the most direct things we can do to promote their success. Probably what first comes to mind when I mention that is habitat restoration or predator deterrence, but the physical structure of the landscape is only one of the relevant characteristics that makes breeding habitat suitable for birds. And as many of you have personally experienced, colonial seabirds live in a dynamic social environment, and the interactions they have in that environment and the social landscape it creates has measurable consequences for their reproductive outcomes and for their chick survival. So for my dissertation, my goal has been to quantify the ecological causes and consequences of common tern aggression with the hope of targeting habitat modification and other management strategies for improved colony outcomes. So before I begin to share my results, one of the things I really want to impress upon people today is this idea of aggression as a spatial phenomenon. And what I mean by that is how much and where aggression is taking place will change over the course of the season. I don't know if these videos will play sound, so I'm just going to have to tell you what's happening and or imitate what's happening. But just to give you a bit of a precursor, on the left side, there's a video from the incubation period. You see 4 or 5 nests in the frame. They're all kind of close together. There's vegetation in the mix, but they're tightly sitting on their nests. You'll see a bird come in. There's going to be some vocalizations. More than just the birds near that arrival bird will be vocalizing. And so I'm going to play it now, and you can look for all those things. We can kind of hear it. Okay, so you heard a little bit of like kek, 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 and then a jar, and those are some of the calls that I look for, and that is what I would consider aggression. And so in this case, you're seeing a little bit all around this bird, but no one's getting off their nest. The video on the right is from the chick rearing period, and you know what? I'm just gonna play it. You'll see what happens. It's super cool. Oh. So they're fighting. That's a more intense, aggressive interaction. And you will also notice that they're the only 2 birds in that arena. There's a bit more space. They're a little more spread out. There is another bird in the corner there that's kind of looking at them, but it doesn't really do much. And again, this is during chick rearing, so it's a different time during the breeding season. There's different spatial characteristics in the landscape. And so, you know, what does that mean? What do we do about it? That's sort of what I wanted to study. And so how did I do that? I put out GoPro cameras in this area of nesting habitat on Stratton Island from June 15th to June 11th, 2022. I've done it 2 years since, but this is just from my first field season. I recorded at 3 times a day, but the footage that I use for my analyses is from 8 to 10 a.m. And then well, first of all, this is what I looked like when I did that. And you can see the terns are everywhere all above me, very angry, displaying the exact thing I want to study. And then when I came home, back to Davis, I recorded all aggressive behaviors occurring within my study plot, and also included where they were taking place. So this hand-drawn map on the upper left side has all of the nest numbers. And so I have XY coordinates for every interaction that took place in the landscape. So I was able to create a behavioral map from that. So for the next few slides, I'm going to show you some schematics of my hypotheses, and then present you with data, near final data that I have since analyzed. And note that all of these hypotheses relate aggression to space and or time. And my goal going in was really just to validate these methods and show what I can do with them that past methods didn't capture. So we can begin with this fairly basic hypothesis that how much aggression is taking place will change over the course of the season. I think Curtis mentioned this earlier on OGI, but there is this feeling that the terns do get more aggressive when chicks are beginning to hatch out. So this putative relationship suggests that you have less aggression during incubation. It increases as chicks are starting to hatch out, and peaks around that time, and then decreases as the chicks begin to fledge and are able to better defend themselves. This graph is using my data that I collected and made into a behavioral map, and you'll see why on the y-axis is my aggression estimates, and on the x-axis is day number on the far left, beginning with June 15th, which was when the first chick actually hatched out, but most eggs or most nests were in incubation, and then on the far right is fledge. And so I guess the first thing you might notice is that this curve is way more wiggly, which is a technical term, than the hypothesized curve that I showed you on the previous slide. And although we begin a little bit higher than we might expect, we do see potentially a general sort of parabolic shape, but there's a lot of deviation from that. And so just to talk a little bit about that deviation, first you see a little bit of a bump there. That could map on well to the presence of a predator that took out chicks during that period. Although that doesn't really explain the second sort of dip, although potentially there could have been delayed impacts of predation that there was a behavioral response for, although, you know, that's all, I'm not entirely sure that that's the best explanation. Another thing that I would point out here is that this curve represents the entire colony's response, which is different from that curve I showed you, which really is showing an individual behavioral response. So another way we can interpret this curve is as more of a reflection of nesting synchrony than actual patterns in behavior. So you could have birds that are following this curve individually, and then many of them, and the added effect of all of those curves happening at the same time pushes this sort of aggregate curve up. I haven't decomposed those effects in any of my analyses yet, but it is interesting to think about when we're measuring behavior, where the relationships are then coming from, whether we see them happening at the individual level or the colony level. And then if you're a bird living in this habitat, are you impacted more by what the colony is doing, so that aggregated aggression effect, or is it more important where you are on that curve? So that's just something to think about. It's also likely that density impacts aggression, and past research and observation have suggested that that line is very much one-to-one. So as density increases, you also have an increase in aggression. And this makes sense because as density increases, your resource becomes constrained. In this case, it would be space. and therefore it's more worth fighting over. So yeah, you get more fighting with higher density. This sort of the representation I made, I don't have any numbers to accompany it, but really what I just want you to notice is that this is a map of my plot, and the behavioral intensity is shown where the lighter colors suggest higher aggression, and the darker colors are pockets of lower aggression. On the left side, I have nest density, which I've also mapped in a similar way. And as the days are counting up, again from June 15th to July 11th, you see that there's just like a lot of variation in where aggression is happening, how much there is, where are the low spots and the hot spots. And so that just leads me to generally conclude that patterns in aggression will change across space and time. They're dynamic in response to density, but density is maybe not the only thing that's happening that's predicting where aggression is going to happen. So it's worth studying those other factors like vegetation or resource availability that could be shaping patterns in aggression. Similarly, it shows you how fine-scaled this variation is. So you have these pockets of higher aggression and lower aggression, and they could be happening sort of over the span of meters. So what does that mean? Still figuring that out, but it's interesting to note. So earlier I suggested that where aggression is taking place will change over the course, or sorry, how much aggression is taking place will change over the course of the season. I would like to assert now that where that aggression is taking place will change over the course of the season. And in the literature, what people have suggested is that earlier in the season, when it's just eggs, you have more aggression in the center of the colony because those are the most optimal territories, and birds will be competing over those spaces, whereas on the outskirts, aggression will be lower, and then that pattern will flip during chick rearing when everybody in the center is settled, and so the only places that late arrivals can try to colonize and compete for are on the outskirts. And then during the fledge period, everything will, in theory, be neutralized, and so you'll see lower aggression overall. So what do we see? So each of these graphs is aggression estimates on the y-axis over time, or sorry, over distance to center. So on the left side, you have the center, so 0 meters from the center. And then on the right side, you have a farther distance from the center. And the top left graph is from June 15th, when, again, most of the nests in the habitat were eggs. And what we're seeing is higher aggression at that center, and then it decreases, and then there's a little bump around 15 meters, and then it tapers off. And then on June 18th, when there's chicks, or more chicks, I should say, and peak hatch is underway, we're seeing lower aggression at the center, and then again, we see this bump at around 15 meters, but it's more pronounced. So just looking at that, it does seem like maybe some of the patterns that I mentioned are sort of being reflected here, where we do see higher aggression at the center, lower aggression on the outskirts, and then see that pattern flipped later on in the season, which is kind of cool. But one thing you might be thinking to yourself is, okay, like how did you decide what the colony center is? What does it mean to nest in the center of the colony? And so what I used for this analysis is the idea that the colony center is the Cartesian center of the subcolony I was studying. So I averaged all of the nest locations and said that that was the center. Obviously, I'm not entirely sure that that reflects biological reality. It's what's used in literature, but it is an interesting question to think that maybe these colonies are structured in a more modular way. So you have clusters of terns, and maybe one of those clusters in my data is around 15 to 20 meters, which is why we're seeing that bump there. So it's just an interesting, again, another interesting thought experiment that I will be addressing as I continue on with my analyses. So I keep referring to this idea of the social landscape being a product of the colony environment. But what effect does the colony really have on the individual? This was something that I was curious about, and I worked with Tiffany Christian, who's pictured here, and was a research assistant on Stratton last year while I was working there. She's a statistician and she helped me think about this a little bit. And together we put together this, which I will try to explain to you. So what I'm showing you here is a variogram, which is a way for statisticians to think about how points influence each other according to their distances. So on the x-axis, there's the distance between events or points, and then on the y-axis, there's the difference in their value, more or less. The correct term would be semivariance or dissimilarity, but let's just think about it as difference. So you can imagine that if points are influencing each other, and as you move farther away from those points, that influence decreases, then you would expect at a lower distance between events that are very close together, you would expect those values to be very similar. So that's what explains the lower left side, that point there. But then as you move farther away from each other, points will not influence each other as much. And so you will have higher dissimilarity or higher difference. Does that make sense to people more or less? And then you get to a point maybe where you're far enough away that there's absolutely no influence at all, at which point you expect this curve to plateau. And at that point, you can take the range. But what I like to think about is this really cool idea that if you get the range, for example, if the range is 10 meters, then behaviors happening within 10 meters of each other can influence each other, which functionally means that if you are a tern nesting in a habitat and you are within 10 meters of another bird, that other bird could have an impact on your reproduction and your behavior. So I don't know, I think that's a cool idea. I think it helps get at this idea of what the colony effect could be. And it's something that I want to continue looking at. So just to review some of the takeaways here. In this first graph, we talked a little bit about how aggression exhibits strong spatiotemporal dependence. And what I mean by that is that it varies widely and significantly across space and time. Another takeaway that I want to impart there is that learning about these colony-wide patterns is critical to interpreting how individual nests are affected. I also showed you this graph of density, and I would assert that higher resolution behavioral data allows us to consider variation at different scales and when it matters. So in this case, clearly aggression responds to density, but density is not the only factor for predicting this behavior. And then finally, a spatial approach opens the door to future spatial analyses. I introduced this concept of radius of influence. I don't know if I use that term, but it's the variogram I showed you and the idea that behaviors influence each other. Another spatial analysis that could be interesting is raster comparison, where now we have a behavioral layer and we can compare that against a vegetation layer or a reproductive layer. And that could actually help us a lot at getting at these fine scale differences and what they mean and how they might correlate with those other ecological factors. So finally, I want to return to this original assertion that I made that managing the space in which seabirds breed is one of the most direct things we can do to promote their success. Hopefully now you know a little more about what a seabird social landscape looks like. Although I haven't discussed what kinds of social landscapes promote chick growth and survival, and that's what I'm planning to do with my next chapter, so stay tuned. And all of this is also to say that I'm hoping to publish this work in the upcoming year, so please keep an eye out for that. And yeah, thank you to my labs in Davis and to all the undergraduates from Davis who have helped me. Thank you to Audubon for supporting this work. And to all the field teams who have helped me collect the data and think about it and have just generally been supportive. And my email's at the bottom left there if you want to get in touch.
We can take a question if we have one.
Yeah, were you looking at aggression between adult only or also aggression for chicks?
The question was whether I'm looking at adult only, between adults only, or also at chicks. I was primarily looking at adult on adult aggression, yeah, and conspecific aggression. I should have mentioned that. Thank you.
All right. Kay will be available for further questions. Okay, our next presentation is online. I see Julia is coming off mute.
Yep, hopefully you guys can hear me.
Great, Julia. We see your slide full screen. I think we're all set for you to take over whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Julia Galka. I'm the Associate Director of the Center for Research on Offshore Wind and the Environment at the Biodiversity Research Institute, or BRI. Like Ian, I'm down in Portland today instead of up on Hog Island, which I'm pretty bummed about. But today I'm here to talk to you all about a project that we've been working on for a couple of years now, working with federal agencies to model potential offshore wind collision risk of seabirds and shorebirds using tracking data. And first off, just wanted to acknowledge project partners and in particular the many data contributors for this. As much as I'd love to be the one out on the colonies tagging birds, we're relying really heavily on data coming from many of you folks at GOMSWG and others to really combine various efforts and data sets to help us understand potential exposure to offshore wind. And so a little bit of background, while perhaps a little bit less rapid than previously, offshore wind energy development does continue to grow in the US Atlantic. And you can see on the map, the middle map here, the active offshore wind lease areas in federal waters. And multiple of those off the coast of Massachusetts and New York are under construction, with South Fork Wind off of Massachusetts having been operational since last spring. And one of the primary concerns we have with offshore wind is in relation to seabirds is collision risk. Unlike in the onshore wind context, it's really difficult to directly measure collisions. In the onshore context, you can collect carcasses, which really doesn't work in the marine environment. And so while there have been some great strides in terms of remote technologies to monitor collisions, there are still some challenges associated with that. And so one of the things we really rely on is models to try to predict the number of potential collisions. So collision risk models have been around for a while in Europe, where offshore wind has been occurring for many decades. These types of models were first developed and have been improved over time. In short, they provide a quantitative assessment of the probability of a bird turbine collision and the total number of birds at risk over a designated time frame. And these models use a bunch of different types of information, including exposure, behavior, species level information, and turbine characteristics to try to predict the number of collisions. And the aim of these models is really to be both transparent and repeatable in how we're calculating risk. And as I mentioned, over time, they've been improved, in particular to try to better incorporate uncertainty. So today I'm going to be focusing on SCRAM, or the Stochastic Collision Risk Assessment for Movement, which is the US Atlantic collision risk model that we've been developing over the last couple of years in collaboration with US Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. I'll first note that historically collision risk models in Europe have used species densities derived from survey data. But in the US context, particularly the regulatory perspective, where we're interested in species listed under the Endangered Species Act, so roseate terns, piping plovers, and red knots, we've been developing models that use tracking data instead to calculate exposure and flight height that we can then build into these models. And so we're now in the process of developing the third iteration of SCRAM, and continuing to try to incorporate new data, improve the methodologies, and also starting to try to expand beyond these three listed species. So to do that, we're using both automated radio telemetry or MODIS data, as well as Argos and GPS tracking data. And both of those are going into these movement models to estimate exposure on the XY plane, and then also to understand flight height distributions. So as I mentioned, we're in the middle of updating SCRAM 3, but SCRAM 2 is readily available online. It's an R Shiny app that can be used by anyone, and it currently includes the three listed species. So for roseate terns and piping plovers, the current version only includes MODIS data. And so because the quality of MODIS data is so heavily tied to having a network of receivers, you can see on the maps at the top that we've restricted the area that we're predicting exposure to where we really feel like we are confident in the receiver network we have to adequately detect birds. I'll note that offshore coverage of MODIS receivers is generally lacking. It's getting better. As offshore wind farms are built, they're required to install MODIS towers on turbines and buoys. So we're starting to build out that offshore network, but that is definitely one of the key limitations of MODIS data. And so when possible, we're really trying to incorporate Argos and GPS tracking data into these models wherever we can, because they don't have that same limitation. For SCRAM2, we were able to do this for red knots. There's been a lot of effort over the last couple of years to put out a bunch of tags on red knots, and that's allowed us to have greater spatial coverage. So you can see the map on the left for red knots expands the entire outer continental shelf. And in this case, we're still relying on that MODIS data as well. So in areas where we have both, we're creating kind of an ensemble model to combine the information of the two. So that's SCRAM2. We're currently working on this new version, trying to incorporate as much new data as possible for existing species, and also aiming to expand to a few non-listed species that are potentially have high collision risk and that we have tracking data for. There are always going to be challenges associated with sample sizes when we're thinking about using tracking data to try to understand population distributions. And so we're always thinking about representativeness and making sure that we have enough data to feel like confident in how we're using that information. So for the ESA listed species for roseate terns, we're expanding our models to include GPS data. Given the work of many of you over the last couple of years, we're starting to get some good high resolution GPS data, which is really exciting. And we'll take a similar approach as we are for red knots, where we're incorporating both MODIS and GPS data together. For red knots, we're continuing to incorporate new Argos and GPS data. And then for piping plovers, we're still relying just on MODIS data, as that's all we have, but we're still also incorporating new data there, particularly as the offshore network is getting built out. And then in addition, we're trying to expand models to both common terns and northern gannets. Given the focus of this group, I'll focus a little bit more on the terns today. But we have some really cool northern gannet GPS data as well. And we're also starting to think about how we might be able to integrate both tracking and survey data together to try to understand exposure. So given this is GOMSWG, I wanted to focus a bit on terns, and really we're coming to you all to see if you have any data that we're not aware of that you would consider contributing to this effort. So here's what we already have for common tern data, a bunch from Massachusetts colonies, and then a small number of Argos tags put out on Petite Manan. So I did want to call attention to a couple of key data gaps here. The first is spatial coverage. Of course, Monomoy and the Buzzard Bay colonies have some of the largest tern colonies, but we do, as you all know, have common tern colonies throughout the coast of Maine and New Hampshire, and we're really currently lacking information on those colonies. And then we really only have migration information for the 5 Argos tags from Petite Manan. So we're really still trying to understand offshore movement during fall and spring migration. So if you have or are aware of any common tern tracking data that you might be interested in contributing to this effort, please reach out. My email is on the slide. Happy to set up a time to chat, answer any questions about how the data is being used. We're really trying to make these models as accurate as possible. And so that means getting as much data as we can into them. And then in terms of roseate terns, so we already have access to data from birds tagged on the colonies in the Gulf of Maine, but the big gap we have here for roseates is migratory movement data. We have a bit of fall staging information and some actually wintering from Brazil, but we're kind of missing that connection between, which is a challenge. So if you're aware of any roseate tern tracking data from outside of the region that might help fill these gaps, particularly that migratory movement information, again, please reach out. And just to mention our kind of project timeline. So this project will be ending next summer. So we're trying to incorporate and get our hands on any final data sets by this early spring. In terms of next steps, we're continuing to develop and improve these movement models to try to better understand exposure for these migratory species, and GPS are really a great way to provide really high resolution, both XY and flight height information to develop these models. And then we're hoping to do some sensitivity testing to really refine which parameters the models are most sensitive to and prioritize how we can improve the accuracy of the information going into them. And that's all I have. Thanks so much. My email is up on the slide again. The QR code will take you to the project website if you want to learn more.
All right, thanks, Julia. We have a question.
Hi, Julia. I was just wondering if you all happen to contribute this data to the Migratory Bird Initiative.
Julia, could you hear that?
I did, yeah. So this isn't actually our data. Most of the data that we're using for common terms is coming from Pam Loring at Fish and Wildlife Service.
Any other questions? Julia, we should just stay in touch on common and roseate tern data. I know we're working towards getting that to you guys, but haven't delivered all that yet.
Yeah, I know it's been a busy. You've been in the field, so understood. But yeah, it would be great to touch base again.
Okay, great. We'll transition now to an in-person presentation. I think we're hitting the home stretch. Let me make sure I have the order right. Yeah, Sarah. It's not because you don't. I think this is working. Good, thank you, Sarah.
Hi, everyone. We are nearing the end of today, so thank you all for sticking it out. I'm Sarah Dodgen. I am with the Biodiversity Research Institute, and I'm going to be discussing the opportunistic boat surveys that BRI was involved with, funded by IMW and supported by DMR. We did pretty spatially extensive and temporally extensive surveys along the coast of Maine from 2024 to 2025. So the background, why are we doing this? This is in a similar vein to what Ian and Julia was talking about. A lot of the work that BRI has been involved lately has been with offshore wind and how that relates to birds and what that potential impact might be. What we know about marine birds in the Gulf of Maine currently is that they use the space for wintering, migration, and breeding. Disturbances to marine habitats could influence foraging, habitat use, reproductive success if offshore wind turbines are introduced into that space. And different species have different collision and displacement risk when it comes to offshore wind turbines and wind farms. So this is a data set that we have used a lot in our construction operation plans that we submit to BOEM, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. This is a fantastic data set that spans the entire eastern seaboard, and it's modeled spatial densities and distributions of a variety of species. This is what you're seeing an example of coastal waterfowl relative density. And you can see that we have a high to low scale where the high is closer to inshore and the low is the more purple color. However, the MDAT data set doesn't fully cover state waters, and that's an important data gap that we wanted to resolve through these boat surveys. So with that being said, we do have a lot of great regional data, and Keenan's data set with tracking Rosia terns and common terns. I don't know all the species that Keenan was involved with, but we have a lot of great data sets overlapping of all the breeding birds in the Gulf of Maine, and this polygon that you're seeing in the dark blue in the middle of the Gulf is the area that BOEM was considering for development for offshore wind. And BRI modeled all of the species distributions via tracking data and was able to come up with high, medium, and low risk areas. And then as a result of that analysis, BOEM was able to take into consideration that migratory bird tracking data along with other data sets from different marine resource systems and come up with these green final lease area blocks that could be leased maybe one day again in the future. So this was our study design. We were very lucky to be able to hop on a boat that DFR contracted. We left out of several ports along the coast of Maine, but primarily out of the Acadia, Boothbay Harbor regions. So these green lines were the transects that we used. This is cumulative transects over the course of the year that we did these surveys. These surveys were based on right whale and marine mammal surveys that DMR conducted, so we didn't really have any control over the survey design, but it did give us really great coverage along the coast of Maine. And you can see that the white line is showing the boundary between state and federal waters. So we did get into both regions. So this was what an ideal survey condition would be: really nice, smooth, glassy water. We have an unlimited view of the ocean to the horizon. We would stand near the bow of the boat and have a 90-degree arc survey window where we would be observing birds for as far as we possibly could. And we would be able to switch sides if conditions change to something more favorable on the other side of the boat. So this was the process of collecting data. We would look with our binoculars, we would take pictures and enter the data into an app that was developed by Seascribe in Tilson and funded by BOEM. So this is kind of like Survey 123, if anyone has used that or has any familiar with that product that ArcGIS has created. A very similar concept, but it's designed for capturing information on seabirds. So we would collect information like location, species ID, distance from the observer, angle, flight height, and flight direction. The camera was really useful in a lot of instances because if you have ever been on the boat, you know that you're moving, the boat is moving, the birds are moving, the ocean is moving, everything is moving, and our pictures don't always turn out great. But they are very helpful in identification, especially when it comes to endangered species like the Rosia tern. And sometimes you get really lucky and get a gorgeous photo of Hawaii shearwater. So this is what a typical survey looks like. We would go out every single month as often as we could, up to 4 times a month. We have 2 observers. One is looking for birds, and then the other one is scribing, and we would alternate. Jobs basically throughout the day. So we're able to get done 35 surveys, 2 to 3 observers per survey, an average duration of 6.5 hours per survey. Average survey distance is 103 kilometers, going constantly at about 10 knots. We wouldn't stop unless there was a reason to stop and diverge from our transects, like if we saw a whale or if it was too close to the vessel. But otherwise, we would just go for that entire time. We observed just over 18,000 individual birds, and we were able to get in 2.9 surveys per month with 0 surveys in November, just due to weather and other logistical reasons. So here we have a map that shows the entire summer effort. The summer includes July and August of 2024 and June of 2025. And we had the most observations in the summer with just over 8,000 individuals. We have the fall. This is showing our effort across the coast of Maine. The darker red is showing the higher densities, and the blue is showing fewer densities of all species observed. In spring, we have a bit of a gap off the coast of Acadia. So in the spring, we have American herring gull, great blackback gull, common murre, and surf scoter coming out on top as the most commonly observed species. Species observed in greatest abundance in the fall: herring gull, blackback gull, northern gannet. And then in the shoulder seasons, we have the fun chance to see songbirds that fall in the boat and have a chance to land and rest sometimes. Summer, by far, we have, you can see that there's different scales on the summer and winter charts, but the Western storm petrel was by far the greatest, or the most abundantly observed individual species that we saw throughout all of these surveys. Great shearwater, Atlantic puffin, and American herring gull were the second most common species that we saw after Wilson's storm petrel. And then in winter, this season was dominated by gulls and auks. So in gulls, in winter, you can see really in all seasons, gulls are predominant in the Gulf of Maine, no matter what season it is. And this is the map that you can see of relative density of gulls in the winter across the Gulf of Maine along the coast, broken out by species that we saw for different gull species. Another map of gulls, but in the fall. In the summertime, we saw a lot of storm petrels, and summertime was the only time that we observed storm petrels, which is probably not a surprise to a lot of people. Wilson's storm petrel was observed quite frequently. Unidentified storm petrel probably also includes a mix of leeches and Wilson storm petrels, and pretty high densities north of Acadian in the Cutler region. Auks, we have lots of breeding puffins in the summertime, but the winter is dominated by dovekies, razorbills, and murres. And then we have terns. Most terns were observed in the spring and summer. And here I have spring terns on this map, where you can see where the tern observations were relative to the breeding islands. And this is first thing in the springtime when terns are still coming into the region. And then later on, you can see the shift once they've established themselves on those breeding rocks and islands. And then here again, similar to the Wilson storm petrel, we do have a nice camera and excellent people who can observe and identify birds. But the Arctic tern, common tern, roseate tern, they can look very similar, obviously, and so there's probably a lot of those species that we were uncertain of and didn't want to make a determination if we didn't have definitive field markings. So a lot of those uncertain tern IDs got grouped into unidentified. And let's not forget about our shearwaters. We didn't see any in the spring, very few in the fall and winter, and the most in the summertime. And the most commonly observed species that we saw was the great shearwater. Ducks was another group that we saw a lot of when we were doing these surveys. And so in conclusion, our results further support the importance of coastal foraging habitat for nesting marine birds, particularly near shore shallow regions around banks and ledges. And this is based on the results of a desktop analysis conducted by BRI. This data set also adds to species distribution models that can be used not only for offshore planning, but for shipping corridors and construction corridors if offshore wind ever picks back up in the Gulf of Maine again, or could be used for a plethora of other reasons. And finally, marine spatial, like I said, marine spatial planning. So lots of uses for a great data set like this. And to my knowledge, this is the only data set that exists to this spatial and temporal scale. And of course, I need to thank the Acadia Whale Launch Company that let us use a couple of their vessels for the entire year, Maine IFNW and Maine Department of Marine Resources, and all of the people who were able to get out on the boats with us to ID these birds. Thank you.
We have time for one question. If there are any.
A lot of BRI off-road activity. Did you say that this coincided with the high depth stuff at the same time? You know?
We not for this particular effort, no. It did cover the same region, just barely. We were a little more inshore than those high depth surveys. So there was very minimal overlap. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. All right, we are now officially in the home stretch. One more talk to go. All right, take it away.
Thanks, Tom. Hi, everybody. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Keaton Nicola. I'm a PhD student with Don Lyons at Oregon State University. And today I'm just going to give you a quick update about all the work that we've been doing in terms of tracking seabirds on islands managed by Audubon, and some of them co-managed with Fish and Wildlife Service. There's been a lot of different projects. Not all of these are part of my PhD, but I'm excited to give you a quick update. I probably could talk about all of them for 20 or 30 minutes and provide very specific updates, but I'm not going to subject you to that. If you have questions about things, you can ask me later.
Click on the slideshow.
Oh, there it goes. Yeah. I first just want to mention that all this work that I'm going to be talking about involves a lot of different people, a lot of different institutions, and I think that I can speak for all of Audubon and say that we're really grateful for all the collaborations that we have and all the collaborators that are here today with us in person and online. And I'd also like to just mention that All of this work takes a big team. So for everybody that has helped out with making this work happen, thank you. Before we get into any of this, it's so many people that have made every one of these things possible that I'm about to talk about. And I want to especially thank Rafa for coming up from Brazil for a second year in a row to help me tag most of these birds. So I'll start off by giving a quick overview of what we've done with Atlantic puffins this summer. This is our, I don't even know, I think we started tagging puffins in 2019. So our 6th summer deploying GPS tags on Atlantic puffins, and our 2nd summer deploying tags with sutures onto the puffins. So you can see in the top picture, we have the tags that we deployed this year. We deployed 12 of these at Seal Island and 11 of them at Matinicus Rock. The new addition to this year's tags was some time depth recorders that recorded the depth that the puffins were diving to every 4 seconds. It's that weird little kind of that white protrusion from the tag, and they also have solar panels on them. And then on the bottom picture, we have a new tag that we deployed at the end of the breeding season. Finished up breeding, so we just deployed the GPS tag that offloads the GPS data to the Argos system, so that we can get that data. So our hope is to learn more about the post-breeding dispersal of Atlantic puffins. I don't have too much to say about that yet because we're still collecting data, but my hope is that they'll stay on the birds for about 3 months. But in terms of the GPS data from the top tags, we got over 34,000 points this year from those 23 tag birds, so a lot of points. And these tags were taking GPS points every 10 minutes. Most birds, we averaged about 18 days tracked per individuals, but some birds we were still getting data from when we left the island. So it's possible we'll still get some more. As you'll see in the next slide, which is a quick map of all the data that we got, we've had some mixed results this year. Some birds didn't seem to be provisioning their chicks quite as much as we would have liked, but a lot of them were still attending their chicks and did fledge some chicks. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, and we'll have a final fledge success in terms of the tag effects on these birds sometime in the near future. But we had some really interesting movement this year, and this is just a quick 3D map showing that we saw this really interesting eastward push of puffins from both Seal and Matinicus over towards southern Nova Scotia. And what's really interesting about some of these tracks is that I think a lot of people would say, oh, that bird must have failed. But in reality, a lot of these birds that were traveling over to Nova Scotia did come back after about 2 days of being gone and then came back to their burrows, which was quite fascinating. And most of that movement was over the past couple weeks. So quite interesting. I'm going to keep things moving because I can't dwell on puffins for too long. But we also did some satellite tagging of razorbills this year. We deployed 4 of those fancy global messenger Argos tags that get the GPS data and offload via the satellites, and then 1 that connects to the Argos system but only gets Doppler locations, so not quite as accurate as those GPS locations. In total, we deployed 5 tags between July 11th and July 14th, and we started to get some really exciting data. This is the 3 birds that we've got the most interesting data from thus far. We've had 2 birds going pretty deep into the Gulf of St. Lawrence to go forage, and 1 bird, that green bird, hanging out off of southern Nova Scotia. The 2 other birds that I didn't put on here haven't gone too far from the tagging site, Matinicus Rock, and they've just been hanging out maybe about 20, 30 miles south of the island. But the bluebird has been deployed, was the first one to go out. That was July 11th, and it pretty much headed straight up there. And has been up there ever since. So we'll see what happens over the coming months, and hopefully we can report more on this next year, and perhaps at the spring meeting. I'm going to hop over to Leach's Thorn Petrels. We had another busy season with them. We deployed 82 tags on incubating birds between Eastern Egg Rock, Matinicus Rock, and Little Duck Island. And we also deployed chick rearing tags at Eastern Egg Rock and Matinicus, and we're still working on trying to get some of those tags back. But we've gotten quite a bit of data. These green tracks are just birds from Matinicus, and this was just during the incubation period primarily. But that one bird going all the way down the Atlantic seaboard with a latitude just south of, it's actually right into Maryland is where that latitude is. So they're going quite far. And these foraging tracks are just remarkable to see every single year. They're still going quite far. And that trip, that really far one, was I believe a 5-day trip where it left its egg, its mate was sitting on the egg, and then it came back and swapped, and we got the tag back. I'll also mention with the storm petrels, we had deployed some newer, fancier tags that we got from PathTrack that had solar panels on them. So in the past, we've gotten hourly level data from the GPS tags, but this year we've gotten down to 10 minutes. So we can get a lot finer detail on what their movements are like at sea and start to infer more about what their behavior might be at specific locations. Hopping over to lease turns, this is our second year deploying GPS tags on lease turns, and we took yet another step forward this year. We deployed 6 tags on Stratton Island, and this year our tags had a little solar panel. You can see this in the photo on the left, so that they could keep recharging throughout the summer. And we got quite a bit of data from these birds. Unfortunately, as we heard earlier from Ben, the lease turn colony at Stratton Island did fail, but the good thing to come out of this is that I think we will learn quite a bit once we look through all the data about how those birds responded after the night heron came in. So the lease turns that we tagged visited pretty much all the other active colonies that were mentioned earlier in the day, which was really interesting to see. I think the most popular ones were Parsons Beach, and then they also headed down to Wells Beach. So, and then of course they also spent a lot of time at Western Beach. We also had birds going up to Seawall Beach. But we also recorded our first bird heading down to Cape Cod to go stage. So in the map on the right, that's the local movements are up around Stratton. And then pretty much the day after the colony was predated by the night heron, it zipped right down to Cape Cod and hung out there a little bit before it presumably kept going south. And then in the map on the left, it's just 2 different individuals that we got data from showing pretty different foraging strategies. And the last thing I'll add about them is that all these birds did successfully hatch their eggs, but then they were presumably all eaten by night herons. Yeah. Moving on to common and Arctic terns, we had yet another busy year here too. In total, we deployed 36 GPS tags on Arctic terns and 48 on common terns across these different islands. I wish that I could talk about each island separately and give you some really detailed maps about this, but there's just so much data and it's hard to digest. So this is just 2 different individuals over the course of the season from Matinicus Rock. The green bird is a common tern and the red bird is an Arctic tern. One thing that I thought was interesting is that this year we saw a lot more overlap between common terns and Arctic terns, especially at Matinicus Rock and Seal Island, and Egg Rock too, actually, that we've seen in previous years. Most of the Arctic tern points are right underneath that common tern. And we saw this bird after it fledged its chick, it was making movements down east and coming back, which is pretty cool. But we got a lot of data to weed through for these guys. The other exciting thing that we did this year was we deployed GPS tags on fledgling common terns at Stratton Island. So we deployed the same tags that we put on lease terns. So they're about 2/3 of the weight of the ones that we put onto the common terns. But our main interest here was to also tag the chicks of birds that were carrying GPS tags. And we also tagged one entire family of terns. So we tagged the male, female, and their chick. Data is still coming in, but all of these birds we tagged them after they could fly, which was a real challenge to catch them. Papa and I spent a lot of time doing that and ended up using noose mats to catch them and bow nets, which was quite challenging. But we got 4 out. All 4 of them showed movements towards Old Orchard Beach to go forage. I haven't looked too closely to see which parents they were going with and whatnot, but we do have some of that data. And then the bird on the bottom, I was just down on Cape Cod checking some of our base stations that download the data with Curtis. And And actually, one of these 4 chicks was the first bird that I looked at through a spotting scope when I got down there, which was really exciting to see. So you can see that this bird is up in Provincetown at the tip of Cape Cod, and you can see it preening, and you can still see that tag on there. And we got that movement from Stratton Island down to Cape Cod. Interestingly enough, this bird did not travel down with its tagged parent. So I need to look at the data closer, but it is possible that it became independent of its parent before it migrated down to Cape Cod to go stage. But again, we have to look at that data more closely. We also did deploy GPS tags on 20 roseate terns this year on the breeding grounds, so 10 on Stratton Island, 10 on Eastern Egg Rock. I'm not going to talk too much about that today, but I just want to quickly mention that Don and I also had the privilege of going back down to Brazil this past winter to help Rafa deploy some more tags down at his study site in Galinhos in northeastern Brazil. We deployed another 15 tags there, and we've so far detected, I think, 6 or 7 birds in the US. And we've gotten the full migratory northbound tracks of 3 individuals from 2 years ago that we deployed, and then the ones from this past winter. This orange bird, if you can see it on the map, Rafa pulled this together for us. That orange bird was a bird that was originally hatched as a chick on Stratton Island, and we recaptured it in Brazil, and then it's made its migration north and came back to Stratton Island this spring. What was really interesting about this bird is it went quite a bit further west compared to other birds, and it flew over Cuba twice, which is kind of cool, and then it came back up eventually to Stratton. And we're still getting data from this bird, and it's staging on Cape Cod right now. And then one of the most exciting things to me is we're continuing a project of long-term deployments of geolocator tags at Jenny Island and looking at interannual survival of adult common terns there. So we're on year 3 of this project. Our goal is to annually deploy at least 30 geolocator tags on common terns to look at the migratory movements of individuals. And in addition to this, deploy at least 30 plastic field readable bands on adults there as well. In 2024, we deployed 30 tags and we got 21 back this year. And we also have recovered almost all of our tags from 2023. So we've been having really high recapture success. And we're starting to recapture birds from some different locations that were tagged on Jenny and have moved over to Matinik, where a bird was captured, and then Pond Island, where another bird was captured. So we're getting lots of interesting data, and the end goal is to pull all of this data together and look at survival estimates at different countries throughout South America where these birds are wintering. We have birds wintering from Venezuela, maybe even northeastern Colombia, all the way down to Argentina. So it's a huge wintering range that these common terns are using, and we want to better understand survival and where birds are headed. And here's just a quick map from a bird that we got almost 2 years of data from, and it spent 2 winters in a row in Punta Rasa, Argentina, which is quite cool to see. And this bird was banded and tagged at Jenny Island in 2023 and recaptured at Pond Island this year, which was quite interesting to see that movement of a breeding adult between multiple sites. And the last thing that I'm going to mention here is that we're continuing our work on Cape Cod in collaboration with the Fish and Wildlife Service, Mass Audubon, and Mass Division of Fisheries and Wildlife to have base stations across Cape Cod to download data from staging common and roseate terns that may spend upwards of 2 months there before they migrate, fueling up for their migration and making sure their chicks are ready to go. So the photo on the left is of a base station that we have at Plymouth Beach, which is the upper left orange dot. And that area behind there is called Browns Bank, where there's often, this time of year, there can be 20 to 30,000 terns roosting on that. And then during the day, it's a favorite place for the residents of Plymouth and tourists to go hang out. So it's a very fascinating location, but we can get lots of data from there. And here's just a quick video of a staging flock that Curtis and I were watching a little under a week ago. That was around 8,000 plus down in Chatham. It's just incredible to see these numbers of terns hanging out before they migrate. And across our region, we're not the only ones deploying GPS tags on terns. As we heard today from folks in Canada, they're deploying tags on common Arctic and roseate terns as well. There's other folks, including Natasha Canaris and Maine Coastal Islands, that are helping to deploy GPS tags. Seaton Island in New Hampshire was mentioned today. They're also deploying GPS tags. And then down in Great Gull Island in New York, GPS tags are also being deployed. So we're all working really closely together in this Western Atlantic tern tracking group to better understand movements of terns throughout our region, and then connecting with people like HAFA in Brazil to download data there. So really exciting stuff happening with tern migration here. Again, before I finish up here, I just want to thank all of the different institutions that are part of this work, because it wouldn't happen without you, and to everybody here in the audience that has helped out with this work. Definitely appreciate it. And with that, I can take any questions.
All right, we have a couple online.
So there are two questions online. The first is, for the inland lease tern locations up into Scarborough Marsh, and then the second question is, are geolocators being used only on common terns at Jenny?
Yeah, so yes, lease terns were regularly going up into Scarborough Marsh, and I think pretty much all the birds that we tagged were going up there. They also were going offshore a little bit, and there's a lot of movement to the southwest, especially after that night heron came in. And yes, geolocators are only being used on common terns currently in the Gulf of Maine and only at Jenny Island. We have in the past also deployed them on Arctic terns, but I think most of those are recaptured as of right now. Yeah.
Questions here?
For the puffins that went to Nova Scotia, do we know anything about whether they were breeders provisioning chicks, or were they breeders? They're themselves. What do we know?
They were breeders for sure. I know that, and they were still attending chicks. The level at which I can't really say, but they would go over there and spend a day or two, and then come back and then hang out for almost a day in their burrow, maybe do a couple of short foraging trips, and then they'd leave again. So it's a very odd behavior that I haven't personally seen in our tracking data before. And it has made me wonder, we tend to see, especially late chicks that hatch, they tend to have really low weights and low growth rates, and we get those little micro puffins, as we call them. And it's made me wonder if their parents are doing behaviors similar to this, where they might not feed them for a day or two, and then they come back and tend to them just enough to keep them alive. Could be that. We don't know. Yeah.
All right. Okay, that was our last presentation for the day. I think we're also at 4 o'clock. I imagine some people here on Hog Island, anyone with schedules, may need to move, may need to get back to the mainland soon. We'll start offering boat trips back as quickly as we can. I think that'll be imminent. I think we often have a general discussion. If anyone has a particular topic they want to raise, we could do that quickly. Certainly folks online are free to linger for that or depart. Folks here in person, you can certainly move away. I think if you want to have conversations, move away from the tent, just so we don't have a lot of background noise for any conversation that we continue here. I guess, does anybody want to introduce a topic or a question? All right, I do have one note. Jeff Spendelow reached out recently. Oh, sorry, Kelsey.
This doesn't have to be an engaged topic or conversation. I was just curious. Maybe it's just me. I wasn't here last year. Maybe I was. American oyster catchers seems like there's more breeding. Is that
kind of the temperature of the coast, where we've seen pairs over and over, and now there's documented reproduction. So that's just kind of a question, if that's really what we're seeing. I think it is.
I would agree. I think we're not seeing big numbers, but we are seeing consistent nesting, and you know, we get a new pair here or there. It seems like every year. So I mean, it definitely seems to be trending upwards, but maybe the trend is not real strong. Yeah. The point that Jeff Spenlow mentioned that I promised I would mention, he has seen I don't know if it's more than one, but fledgling tern, probably common tern, that has dye around its neck or some kind of coloration around its neck. And if anyone's marking fledgling terns in any way, he'd appreciate hearing about that. Interestingly, the chick photo that I saw, or fledgling photo that I saw, the bird was not banded, which is odd. But the patterning seems intentional, not ink from a squid or something like that. But, anyway, I just thought I said I would throw that out.
Do you know what color, if there are different colors involved?
The photo I saw was bluish color. I don't know how dependent that might be on the light that was available to the photo, and I don't know of any other color. Yeah.
Some common tern chicks that we're monitoring for the diet. We color the ones that are directly in front of our blind.
Actually, let me give you the mic here. And maybe just mention who you are for the
Hey, we're the people from White and Sea Islands. We do color some common and rosy tern chicks, the ones that we use for our pet monitoring. I think if we're coloring them, they would have a band. Yeah, they would all have a band, but do use them as a way of more quickly identifying individuals that we're monitoring being rapidly fed by parents in a fairly small space. So it's
This bird had like its whole neck was red. Oh, like it was red. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah.
yeah, that doesn't match how we color our birds, but I'm sure there are other people that do similar things for probably similar purposes.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's still a mystery, especially that the bird wasn't banded. That's bad. But anything else anyone wants to raise? All right. With that, I think we'll adjourn. Thanks, everyone.
You did get back to the color C. I don't know what that means.